You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round, live from Templestowe Reserve, an 8-point Division 2 contest out here between the Templestowe Dockers and the Croydon Blues. The Dockers looking to boost their chances of playing Division 2 finals once again this season, whilst Croydon look to move a step further from the pack and jump up into second with a victory here. I'm Josh, all the action live from this game, live here on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM, streaming across the globe on Facebook and YouTube. I'm Josh Ward, joined by media manager Ryan Long, Scott Hardy, and off the bat we're joined by the Croydon senior men's playing coach, Rhett Jordan. Thanks for joining us, Rhett.
Hey guys, how you going?
We're going good. Sure the boys are eager to take on a Templestowe side who have started to hit some form before the mid-season break.
Yeah, definitely. I think sort of every week, it's every side sort of looking forward to a big game and coming up. It's a pretty even competition, you know. There's no sort of easy game week in, week out. You look at the results and sort of some people go, oh, you're a bit surprised with that one. It's like, no, not really. Sort of you never know what could sort of happen. Weather comes into it as well and all that stuff. So, yeah, always eager. I'm sure those boys are going to be the same with us as well, both coming off the week off.
Yeah, and how is the last couple of weeks go? Obviously, the last time we saw you guys was when you defeated Baronia, but there's been a couple of bit up and down for the last couple of weeks. What have you made of it?
Yeah, it can be frustrating, but it's probably been a good learning experience for a lot of the boys. You know, you sort of can't sort of teach some of the things you get from a loss, I suppose, because you just keep going along, doing all the right stuff and getting the points. People sort of get content and happy with it. So it is frustrating because I think we've had combined 4 losses of totaled 25 points or something. So it's pretty frustrating. But in saying that, we've then on the flip side been able to win a couple of close ones as well. So we have been able to learn from that, do a bit of scenario work at training around, okay, this long left, we're up by this much or down by this much, and look at, you know, those close finish ones and work through that as well. So there has been some positives in it, as much as it'd be good if they weren't, you know, happening with the losses. But, you know, you have to take the positive out of it in some way.
For you personally, did the bye come at the right time? Obviously, we didn't have this in Division 2 last year, but with the split round now, is that a good thing for you guys just to be able to reset going into what is a really important 5 weeks of footy before finals? Yeah,
it's interesting, like, because we obviously had the Queen's birthday one and then 3 weeks and then the break again. So it's kind of, I suppose it sort of worked out okay in that now that we can now plan and go, okay, there's this long left, we have to focus on doing this. We were sort of breaking games down into blocks of 3 anyway, with obviously the 9 other teams that you're going to play. So it sort of felt all right that we got to play the 3 games and then have the break. Then we look at our next block of 3. If it had been this week off, I don't know what it would have done with the 4.
Yeah, certainly
thrown out.
And just you mentioned how even the competition is, and even last week a Waverley side who was sitting second lost to Ringwood, who jumped back in the 5, and there's a lot of moving around between positions on the ladder. And you come into a game today against Templestowe, who need to win this if they want to finish with the double chance this season. So it's a big 8-point game, and the fact that you played them early in the season probably controlled that game for almost the entire afternoon and then fell away late in that last quarter. What went wrong in that last term, and was it just a bit of a lapse in concentration? Because it looked from the scores that you had pretty much that game on lockdown at 3/4 time.
Yeah, we essentially probably played first half, probably our best first half of footy for the year. I think we kicked 6-2 or something in the first quarter. Everything was sort of working. So there's probably the element of got a bit ahead of ourselves potentially with that and thinking it was just going to happen, as opposed to continuing doing what worked in that first quarter. And I suppose it just came down to that last quarter. They played some really good, can't take away anything they did. They played some really good footy and just threw caution to the wind and had a crack, and their top end players really stepped up for them, and you know, we sort of struggled with that. I think that game as well, we lost Geordie Lynch with a knee.
Yep.
I think during the third quarter. As you probably look back at the time, you sort of probably couldn't say too much, but look back now, you probably impacted the boys who were close to them and were there, and like that type of thing impacted them a bit more than you probably gave credit for at the time. On reflection, you sort of go, oh yeah, it did sort of rock it a bit, and change the dynamic a bit and momentum and things like that too. So
yep.
And how are you finding, obviously, round 13? We spoke to you at round 5. We spoke about where you've come from. Obviously, that strength and conditioning that you had in Premier. How are you finding the boys' sort of strength and conditioning up to round 13 now? Obviously, different from round 5. And how are they managing it all?
Yeah, good. We're probably coming off this week. We did about 4 or 5 week block of high-end stuff again. So picked up the Ks during the week and things like that. So we sort of targeted the 3 weeks we've just done prior to the bye, and then that bye week, and then the week before. I think it was the week of the Heathmont game before Quinn's birthday. We sort of from there that week into this week just gone. We've sort of put more Ks in the legs and put a bit of work in to load up a bit. So then we taper off towards the back, sort of 5 or 6, leading into the back end of the year. And keep a bit fresher.
And what about your journey this far? Like we spoke, obviously, at the time, I think I made comment about your focus and your love of the game, and you're still doing it today, which is great to see. So coaching hasn't sort of knocked it out of you. But what have you sort of found from that? Like, has coaching obviously encouraged your enjoyment for footy? And then from that, in the same question, what have you learnt so far on this coaching journey?
It's more probably how to adapt to different personalities and different people, and from this group coming in, I only sort of knew, I think, 2 or 3 blokes who were already at the club. One of them out there now, Matty Wilkins. We played juniors and 18s together. So I only knew him and Jimmy Grant sort of at the club. So then having to then pick a few people's brains and understand how other people, need to get the information. Some need that cuddle. Some need to be told point blank how it is. Others need to sit down in direction. So that's probably the biggest take out of it, and the learnings from there is about how to sort of evenly spread the feedback and the, I suppose, messages that go out and how they're getting there, and making sure that everyone's getting that same message.
And are you enjoying that aspect? Like, do you like it as a coach now that you're 13 rounds in? Can you say, yeah, I'm really enjoying what I'm doing right now?
Oh yeah, definitely, for sure. It's I wouldn't be doing it if I wasn't enjoying it.
Yeah.
That's one of those things you sort of know with any sort of sport. As soon as the enjoyment comes out of it and the fun comes out of it, then I suppose the drive and the success then is impacted. So that's the biggest thing for me. If I wasn't enjoying, I wouldn't be out here. On the flip side, if I wasn't out here, I don't know what I'd be doing. I'd be going crazy at home. But it's one of those things where it's definitely really enjoyable. And you've got to have fun and keep the energy up, especially, like Tuesday night was a shocking night weather-wise, and if you don't come with that energy, enjoyment, and make the session somewhat entertaining, boys are just going to, the messages start coming through. People go, a bit tired after the warm-up. So try to keep it sort of positive and fun and engaging as we can, so therefore you don't have that sort of that impacting as much.
And just on your own playing form as well in the forward line, alongside the likes of Riley Britton and Riley Constantino, how much are you enjoying playing at the Division 2 level after so many years playing in the top flight?
Yeah, I suppose it doesn't really change in terms of, I suppose, it's not any easier, because obviously as a forward as well, you still got a matchup that's almost, one-on-one. You're always going to cop the attention. The defender's got a job to do. It can make it hard, obviously, because they know that they're coming in, they want to do a really good job. They, their spot's on the line as much as anyone else's. Their coach has given them a job, that type of thing. So I think, the 3 of us have worked really well together, and we've got a couple of smalls in there as well. We've rotated a few different mixes in there, and it's sort of good. We've sort of gone on that mantra of it doesn't matter if Riley kicks a goal, if Wolf kicks a goal, if I kick a goal, as long as it's a Croydon goal, that type of thing. That's sort of the biggest mantra we've gone in, that, Costy might come out and kick 4 or 5, and then we don't get disheartened that it wasn't us. It's like, who cares? We got 5 goals for our team. Like, that's the biggest positive we have to take out of it, and that's, I think, all 3 of us, that's the best thing. We have all got that same mantra, that, we don't get disheartened or frustrated if, we're not getting on the end of it, as long as someone in the blue jumper is.
And just on the team today, only the one change with Emi Alexio coming back in for his first senior game since early last year, which must be great to have called his name out on Thursday night to get back into the senior lineup.
Yeah, it's huge. Obviously, he's been working really hard for 18 months, coming off that knee, unfortunately. So we were just sort of communicating via text and all that sort of stuff pre-season, because there's no point in coming all the way out to train and do his own rehab and running and things like that. So we were just in communication. He had programs he was doing and all that. And it was like, yep, do your thing, mate. And he was posting in our group chat about the work he was putting in. And then obviously once he was sort of cleared for a bit more lateral movement and stuff like that, he was getting down and really getting around the boys. And he's been a workhorse. We had a bit of a plan in place for him coming back which then all changed because he's been working so hard, and he was meant to only play a quarter his first game back, and he come to me a quarter time and said, "No, I'm feeling all right." All right, mate. He stayed out until half time. I said, "That's it, you're done." He come out after half time. I said, "Get back inside." I'm not having. So he played a half, and then his next game, second game, he was only meant to be sort of halfway through the third quarter. We're going to wrap him up. And yeah, the twos coach said to me, "Oh, you've got to tell him because he's not listening." So I went out to three-quarter time. He goes, "No, I'm feeling it." It's all right. So he played forward in the last quarter. So he got through 2 full games, not what we sort of planned, but in the long run, it's worked out really well. And it's a real dedication to him and effort that he's put in. And the boys been real positive. We announced it on the ground Thursday night, and all the boys got around him. It was really exciting. So he's put the work in. So we're excited to have him out there today.
And it also must be positive, given this time of year. There's often players going overseas or there's injuries. It must be positive to only have minimal changes heading into this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I think that sort of is a big positive for us. The boys sort of planned around. We had a few go away at the Queen's birthday break. We had a few go away on last weekend. We had the bye, so boys have been a bit more, I suppose, wary of when they're booking their trips and when they're going away and things like that, which has been real positive. It shows they're committed and they're keen to obviously do well, and they know that each week we've got competition for spots. Obviously, with our twos sitting at the top end of the ladder there, and same as our 19s who are in a good spot. Another good win this morning as well. So there's definitely pressure on in competition spots. So boys know that you can't necessarily just risk that week away or that 2 weeks away, because then that may set you back 3-4 as well, which is a real positive sign. Well,
Rhett, you're a busy man. We really appreciate your time on pre-game today. Looking forward to seeing you out on the field today, and good luck for
easy, boys.
Well.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Thanks, Rhett. Thanks to Rhett Jordan, a champion of the AFNL, of course, coming across from Norwood, the Croydon Junior, and I'm pretty eager to see him out on the park today because he has had a good season, and so has Croydon. Right?
And we obviously saw that game earlier in the season when they knocked off Boronia, and we've seen what Boronia have been able to do this season, and I thought their second half of football in that game was probably the best they've potentially. I mean, we didn't see that first half against Templestowe, but potentially their best form of the season, Scotty, and they're capable of it, and it's a big game for them because a win would not officially lock them up in that double chance, but it would certainly go a long way with creating that gap between third and fourth.
Yeah, since that time we've seen them. Obviously against Boronia, that was an exceptional game for them. They played the 4 quarters so well, but since that time they probably haven't been up to that. Like, they haven't put a 4-quarter performance in. Yeah. They've sort of just had a little bit of inconsistency sort of throughout that space. I think they can do it. We've seen what they can do, and they would be very, very up and about today in a team, I guess, that they would match up well against, as sort of records suggest, and scoring and stuff.
Yeah, certainly, and I feel like Croydon and Templestowe will play slightly different styles as well, just because Templestowe, they obviously like it on the inside with the likes of Carl Giovannini, Josh Warren coming back into the lineup, Bo Mitchener in that midfield, whereas Croydon, they've got, I think they're one of the better marking sides of the division as well, and Fraser Smith leading the division in intercept marks and marks per game as well.
And last time these clubs met as well, it was only 4 points. So yeah, that's why, just that closeness in what they deliver, both offer differences on the park, but I think matched on the score, it's going to be a very, very competitive game. I think for Croydon, the only thing that sort of from that time of Boronia, I think that slip up against Lilydale probably, they might say towards the end, we probably should have got those 4 points. Not to take anything away from Lilydale. Oh, they're a different side this year than last year. So yeah.
Yeah, I think that was a kick after the siren as well.
It was, Well, they've had a couple of those results, and that Templestowe one was similar, where they had the 5 or 6 goal lead and just blew it late. So with all those results not going their way, they're still sitting third on the ladder. And all you need to do, between second and third, it doesn't matter, because you're still playing the same ground, the same final, the same double chance. So they're in a very good spot. Waverley slip up last week also helps in a way, because their percentage is really poor too. So they're certainly on the right track forward, and one of the sides just to keep an eye on. Both these two clubs, I think, are very, very big threats to Boronia. Yeah,
Templestowe at their best. The last game they played, actually, Templestowe, they were without the likes of Michael Fogarty, Bo Mitchener, and Josh Warren as well, and they only lost by 28 points, and I think that's what holds them in good stead. They've both got good depth, as good a depth as Boronia have, and they can certainly take it up to the Hawks if they're playing their best footy and have their best side out on the park. But
Certainly agree.
we're going to touch on Templestowe a little bit later on as well, because either Nick Batsanis or one of their assistant coaches will be joining us, because Nick Batsanis was playing the first half in the reserves as well, so he's back out on the park. The Templestowe coach. So
yeah, we'll have to ask him. He's only doing the half. Is it just for fitness or to make up, a few numbers drop off? Or,
who knows?
Because we didn't see him named, did we? In the
no,
reserves?
we didn't.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah.
He wasn't. And there's a couple of players I think that are playing in this reserves lineup as well that could be playing senior footy. Like there's obviously a couple from their last senior game that went out of the side, and they've certainly got some pretty decent depth. The likes of Luke Fitzsimon started the season. Marcus Campbell has been playing has played a couple of senior games as well, whether that be for Templestowe or Eltham in the Northern Footy League. So
Fogarty's still out.
Yeah, he's he could be out long term as well.
Oh, okay.
So it is a bit of a blow, but they've certainly got a pretty talented midfield through Templestowe, and it's been boosted by some of their inclusions, including Jai Hardwick in recent weeks as well, which is.
You continue, sorry, Josh.
Yeah, which is good to see him back out on the park, isn't it?
Yeah, no, because I had him in my notes as well. So,
Yeah.
just that experienced head. I think I was looking at his stats. He's like up to 249 games or something. I think that's right.
It's not bad.
We'll have to find out what number he is. He's blank on our sheet there. Right?
Yeah.
So,
They didn't play it. She didn't give me one yesterday, so
he's just
Might have
making the ghost appearance. But to have that experience push back in is great for Templestowe and for Jai as well. I think he'd been playing reserves the last couple of weeks anyway, just to sort of come in and hadn't played for those last 2 weeks. He wasn't obviously in the team from either injury or absence, but good to see him back.
I think he came back in that Baronia game, and it is great to see him back because he adds a lot of experience. We don't realise the fact that most of these players for Templestowe, they're pretty young. The likes of Josh Warren, Andrew Fasanella, Matt Nagel is one of their more experienced players. Carl Giovannini, who's taking on the captaincy. Noah Ebzeri as well. There's a lot of young players coming through this lineup. There's certainly some experienced Y-sets, and that's what's going to hold them in good stead if they are to play in September, or if they are to get a double chance, who knows. But this is one of 2 Division 2 games taking place this weekend. Of course, the other one is Mulgrave taking on the Basin out at Batherham Reserve. I think we'll all be backing Mulgrave in. They lose a couple, though.
They do. Having a look at obviously the two sides, even with a couple of outs for Mulgrave, I think they're a far too strong side for the Bears, and unfortunately for the Basin, they're now 4 games out from 9th in Lilydale, so that all but seals at the fact that they will go down this season. Though they're a chance to get a win in the next couple of games in the run home. But having a look, it's pretty hard to see Mulgrave dropping. Batterham Reserve's always can sometimes throw a spanner in the works, Scotty. A bit of an interesting ground down there, and there are sides who struggle going down to the Basin. But again, they made 5 or 6 changes themselves. So just looking at the two teams, I think Mulgrave, and looking at where they are on the ladder, they can't afford a slip up to a side below them.
No, they can't, and it probably is slightly danger game for Mulgrave, because we've seen just again that consistency from them. That when they played in round 4, Mulgrave only just won, and that was at Mulgrave's home. That was 78 to 61, and Basin weren't in any crash form at that stage. So I'm picking Mulgrave, but I think that they can't rest on their laurels on that regard. I think need to come out firing and sort of put it away quickly.
Certainly right. And Josh, also the fact that their percentage is so low compared to the other sides in the top 5. 85%. That's 30% behind Ringwood, 35% against behind Templestowe, and particularly if they lose this game, I think they've got to play Ringwood again at some stage, and that would be at Jubilee. I think off the top of my head. Where if they lose that one then as well, then you're not going to play finals. So again, just a must-win game for them.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and great to see them giving a senior debut as well to Nathan Deal, another one from the Glen Waverley Rovers juniors, which is great to see. Matt Richards giving him a chance to play at the senior level, but yeah, they can't afford to slip up here. The Basin do play better out at Batterham Reserve. For 3 quarters, often against the likes of Heathmont, even the Waverley Blues, they took it right up to them in those games, but just faded away in the final quarter. So certainly going to be interesting if they do get a bit of an advantage and if they are able to hold it. But tipping the Lions in this one. We'll move up into Division One. Of course, the split round starting this weekend in the division. We've got Bayswater up against Moorbark out of Bayswater Oval. Much like Mulgrave, this is a game they cannot afford to slip up Moorbark, I should say, if they are to play finals, not with the other game, which we'll touch on later, taking place out at Home Park Reserve. I expect them to get the job done. They have had some close games in recent memory, though. Yeah,
and it's you don't dare say sort of what we thought probably earlier in the season as to where Moorbark was going to be sort of through the year. I think some of us had written them off, and probably to their response, it's been exceptional to sort of be in that contention. They probably felt that was unfair, and obviously are showing it in their points. It's a huge game for them. They definitely need the win, and then obviously with that, we're speaking about there with the result with Beaconsfield and Montrose to play out, just that points and keeping in that finals contention, and that's where it sort of sits for that round 13. Has that sort of, it's just come at the perfect time. It just really sets up in most divisions where everyone's going to sort of sit, and whether they're going to be fighting or whether they're going to be a little bit more comfortable getting into finals positions.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Josh. It takes all the theatre out of the way this the run home if Bayswater get up today, because a Moorbark loss today pretty much essentially rules them out of the running, because they've got South Belgrave next week, which is just such a tough ask, and you can't be expecting to beat them and play final, expecting to rely on that result to play finals, and knowing how well South Belgrave have been going at the moment. And you still look at their midfield is just so strong through, the likes of Aussie Smith, Noonan, Peacock, Mackie on the wing. It's still a very, very strong midfield group, one of the best in the division. I still just think they probably struggle at both ends of the ground at times against some of those top sides. They did knock off Montrose early in the year, so you just see them hanging around for the moment. You look at next week's game as a bit of a tough ask, but if Beacon still keep dropping games, or Montrose, it just opens up the door for them, and that's all they got to do. They can't worry about the other results. All they can do is just focus on winning their games, and then if fate happens to go their way, then you never know.
They'll be playing finals, and they have knocked off Beaconsfield and Montrose, but both of those games have been out at the Heights. So it's they obviously struggle away from home against those top sides, and they recently had a big loss against Park Orchards out at Heights Reserve. So it's certainly going to be interesting to see if they can get up.
It'll be a really close game. I just feel that both sides in their scoring for and against is very similar in their laddering position. So I am backing Moorbark, but I could see Bayswater taking the win. Yeah,
and then the other Division 1 game taking place, as I mentioned, and as we've mentioned, out at Home Park, Beaconsfield taking on Montrose. Now, Montrose in the end have made 5 changes. No Ryan Garthwaite due to injury. Liam Canny is out of the side. He's been called up to the Northern Bull Ants in the VFL. They also lose Carl Staples, Jordan Neals and Jacob Farrell. They bring in a senior debutant in Liam Bowden. Patrick Kuhn comes back in alongside Darcy Laurie and Brendan Gardol. But they take on a Beaconsfield side who bring back Brandon White, Mitch Sisbowski, Miles Curry as well, Hayden Brown. There's some really good names coming into this Eagles lineup ahead of a big contest, Ryan.
Sorry, Josh. They certainly are, and it's timely, particularly White. I think White's probably one of their most important players, if not their most important player. Still a couple of players out at VFL level who played in their earlier game against Montrose, where they got the job done at Montrose Recreation Reserve. But some important inclusions for them. Ryan Garthwaite is, in fact, out, as you said. Obviously listed on Friday in. So that's a big loss for their forward line. Interestingly enough, the Home Park ground is not in great condition at the moment, so I'm not sure how well it is today, if that's improved.
Was Roaming Tennant doing some sabotage down there? What's he doing down at Beaconsfield?
Well, he wouldn't. The problem is he wouldn't sabotage it because he knows Montrose can't play well in the wet after watching him a couple of weeks ago, unless he was just trying to get the game moved.
Just dry it out.
Yes, potentially. But
get the hairdryer out.
Went down to Kennards, hired the industrial heater, and off he went.
But either way, I think Montrose is still going to go in as probably the favourites in this game. Scotty, probably are you disagree? I like it. I
don't mind it.
I didn't have my mic muted.
Can you back Beaky in at home?
I can. You have to. I think you take the win earlier in the season. That backs credit into them. I think then the consistency or lack thereof that Montrose have shown over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
If they lose this, that's 0-3 from the last 3 weeks, which is huge in the result of things. Beaconsfield coming off that win makes it 2 from 2 for the game and against Montrose. So yeah, I back them. I rate them highly. I think they're a good side. Slightly up and down, but when they started the season, started very strong, and I think Montrose have sort of just have sort of just slipped away a little bit. I still rate them highly as a very good side, but I'd be interested to see how it goes, and if those conditions are very wet still, I'm not too sure. But we're seeing sun here.
It's beautiful out here, isn't it?
Well,
Sunny
since it is down the coast in Beaconsfield, who knows? It could actually be sunny down there.
But Josh, for Montrose particularly, a loss here for a side that is pretty keen on their potential premiership credentials. That would put them well behind the double chance if Mitcham win next week. So must-win game for them.
Certainly. Do you have the Oracles tips for Division 1?
I do. Beaconsfield, Montrose to defeat Beaconsfield by 21 points, and Bayswater, Murulbark to get across the line by 29. That's the Oracle's
not too surprising, going with the favourites there, the Oracle, who continues to mysteriously send his or her tips in each and every week. But we're going to focus all things Templestowe, because joining us is the senior men's coach of Templestowe, Nick Batsanis. Thanks for joining us, Nick.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
How are the boys feeling ahead of what is a massive contest against against Croydon?
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. I think it's a pretty even comp, which makes it pretty interesting. So. I think every game, that 2 through 6 is an 8-point game. So, and this is one of them too. So if we feel that we've got the right side in, and we'll give it a red hot crack.
Do you feel like the side is starting to hit some form? Obviously, you lost to Baronia, but the weeks prior, it certainly looked like you're playing some of your best footy for the season.
Yeah, we got some continuity into the side. Look, it took us a while to settle the side, sort of around how we want to play and game plan on offense and defense. So we knew that was going to take some time. But we did get hit with an influx of some injuries and obviously guys going overseas and stuff like that. But I guess that's every club around July, mate. You just got to roll with it and just got to keep picking the best 22.
Is that probably the biggest thing at the start? Probably your first maybe month or so was a bit hit or miss. But since then, as Josh said, your form's been really good and potentially the second best in the division at the moment behind Baronia.
Yeah, look, we trialled a few things early, and we felt like that probably wasn't us for the remaining of the year. So, sort of personnel change position-wise. We weren't defending as well as we would liked in the first sort of 6 or 7 games, and sort of we tweaked that area, and we've sort of made a huge improvement in that area, which has been good. So it's always going to take us time. We accept that. Probably a little bit longer than I expected, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And we dropped a few games early, which was a little bit disappointing, but we'll try and make it back up in the back end.
Yeah, certainly right. And obviously this game quite important. And as you said, every game's pretty much an 8-point game between the top 6. And we saw Waverley Blues get done by Ringwood last week. And yourself, if you're able to pull off the 4 points today, it puts you back on equal pegging with both Croydon and I think Waverley Blues, or potentially just Croydon, but a very big for a potential double chance at the end of the season.
Yeah, correct. And look, that's what we play for. We want to obviously the goal is to make finals, and we'll tick that one off. But ideally, you want to get the double chance, just so you've got that sort of security around playing 2 weeks of finals guaranteed.
Absolutely. And did the bye come at the right time? Because you're looking at some of your inclusions, some really good players. Obviously, Bo Mitchin is a big name. Doug Wooden. Josh Warren, what was was that injury related, or people going away over that period?
Yeah, I think we had. I think Bowie went away. He had a pre-booked trip in Perth. BG had some work commitments. Obviously, Foggs has gone down with his ankle. Matty Jessup went down. Joshy Warren went away. But it all came at once. So I think that Baronia game, I think it was 7 changes that we made, and. Sort of when we talk top end, we're missing quite a bit about top end. So I was pretty proud with the way the boys went about it, especially against Baronia, because they're clearly the benchmark in my eyes, and they're really well coached, and they play a really solid brand of footy. So, we learn a lot about that game. So hopefully we can catch them at the end of the year, which would be nice.
And we were saying you weren't named. Oh, speaking about numbers, you weren't named in the reserves, but you were running around for half a game.
Yeah.
Is that for numbers or just your own fitness and just to get out there and keep remembering?
Look, we are battling with numbers a little bit. So anything I can do just to chop out the twos with giving him a few extra guys on the bench, I'll help him out where I can.
Yeah.
Ideally, I don't want to do it. But you know what? We're one club here. We want to make sure that, you know, what we get the best out of the group, especially the development side, you know. And, you know, having sort of, if I can go out there, I can sort of help them away around sort of how we want to play footy and sort of structures and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'm pretty sore, mate. I only played a half.
So it'll just be the reserves, not coming into the seniors?
No.
You've obviously had over the last few weeks some really big scores, but obviously they've probably been leading towards the behinds a little bit more. You've still found the wins, and you've obviously you had 9-19 versus Basin, 10-18 versus Mulgrave. Is that sort of something you're sort of just mindful of, or are you happy with just the overall scoring? At least you're getting it up in the forward line.
It's a coach killer.
Yeah.
So, especially when you have all the momentum. The Basin was probably the one that I sort of sat back and I'm like, geez, I hope we don't cost ourselves here, because I think we kicked 10 behinds in the second quarter. All the momentum, you know, and I feel like a few games early on, even Baronia, you know, we had a lot of momentum early and we kicked 0-4, you know, before they put a score on the board. So, you know, it does hurt us. Look, we're trying to improve. Ultimately, it's up to the boys out there to do it. But yeah, hopefully we can put a score on today, because I'm going to get pretty grey soon, I think.
It was only 4 points last time you played against them in that. Did you take much from that, or is it a sort of now as we're around 13, it's a totally different kettle of fish?
Oh, look, I think it was more Croydon being new to the league. You know, we watched a little bit of vision about them early, and they're just so young and so quick, and they spread really well from contest. You know, and they coach really well with the way they transition their ball from back to forward. So we got caught out a little bit, but we were playing a little bit too much chaos footy early in the year, and we're sort of kicking down lines and trying to match it with sides for too long, whereas sort of now we're sort of just trying to be a bit more composed and maintain possession, and sort of just keep uncontested marks at a low for us, because early days we were only marking the ball 20 times a day, and other sides were getting 80s and 90s on us. So, you know, so we changed that area around sort of how we want to defend and what we want to do, and yeah, we'll see how we go today.
And before I hand over to Josh, I was checking out your Facebook page and everything. I don't know who does your merchandise, but I love the look of those quarter zips, the retro quarter zips. I'm spewing at Sonny. I wanted to see them in action. They look pretty good. They're good jumpers.
Yeah,
I think you've got some good merch.
I don't think it's for me, but maybe a few of the young boys will get on it. I think we've just got them now, so the orders I think the orders have been taken, so we'll get them in a few weeks, which would be nice.
Might have to place one.
Yeah, might have to jump on that bandwagon.
Just on yourself as well. Obviously, coming into the coaching role last year at the end of the season, thrown into it before a hectic final series. Now having a full pre-season under your belt and halfway through the year, how have you found it? And are you enjoying it and the experience from the sidelines?
Yeah, it's been good. It keeps me involved in footy, which I love. I obviously would love to keep playing, but just with some work commitments and interstate travel, it makes it a little bit hard for me to train and play. So, you know, I've got a good support network, you know, with Phil and Fia as my assistant coaches. So, you know, having those boys there, especially game day, really helps me. But it's been enjoyable. Obviously, it has its ups and downs, and you sort of walking into the role, you don't realise how much you have to deal with through sort of the week to week. And it's not just football. You know, we've got, you know, a lot of guys have got private life behind them and stuff like that. So, you know, I'm sort of only 32, you know, and I try to guide as much as I can. But, you know, it's a learning curve, and I'll keep learning for sure.
Yeah, 100%.
And just on some of those younger players as well, you know, Josh Warren before he went away, and some of the others, Andrew Fasanella, coming to the club. It seems like they've just added to the group, and Warren in particular stepped up his game this year. Yeah,
he was huge for us that first night. And, you know, credit to him. Donny Eastboy came here just to sort of get some consistency playing senior footy. And, you know, he got a good taste of it last year, but this year he's gone strength to strength, and he's very clean around the contest. He provides an exit for us, and he's very good by foot. So he's been great. Fassa's another one. You know, I sort of had a plan for Fassa coming into the year to sort of be a half backer and use it by foot, but not that fell down, but we sort of trialled him. I think it was a Croydon game when we flipped him from back to forward, and he kicked forward in the last quarter and sort of won us the game. So we all sort of got together and said, hey, look, let's roll with this for a few weeks. And it's gone from strength to strength. He's a very dangerous player down there, and he's a pretty hard matchup too. So very smart, very good user by foot, and he creates some opportunity that you're like, geez, how does he do that? But, you know, he's well supported with BG at full forward. You know, if that ball hits the deck, then he can go to work. So, yeah, no, he's been huge for us too.
And also, we were talking just before, Jai Hardwick coming back into the side. So he's played through the reserves a couple of matches and now back in.
Yeah. So he was always going to take. He was umming and ahhing at the start of the year. So I think I was at his place just before Queen's birthday, and we sort of made a decision then that he wanted to play, which is good. So he's committed now. Probably came in a week early. obviously with all those injuries going into Baronia, I would have liked to see him play at least 3 there, but we sort of forced him in because we needed him. But he'll go strength to strength. He's just a big body around the footy, and he'll be pretty good for us towards the back end.
Yeah, I'd say so.
And how crucial have some of those experienced players, obviously with the likes of Bo Mitchner, Toby Ryan and Hardwick himself and Michael Fogarty, how crucial have they been to developing those younger players?
Yeah, you need that top end play, those top end players, especially sort of at the Div 2 mark where we are. Like at times you look at the Basin and what they're going through, they're just so young, and you need that top end talent to just sort of help guys walk a little bit tall on the field. And I think that's what Templestowe's done really well. We haven't gone after massive signings, but we've gone after guys that will stick around the footy club and do the right thing by the footy club and help develop these young kids. And Jai, Bowie, Tobes, I know Foggs is probably gone until finals at this stage, but these guys really add that extra that we need in the midfield and around the ground too.
Well, Nick, we really appreciate your time on pre-game. Good luck for this contest today, a massive 8-point contest.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you after.
Thank you to Nick Batsanis there for joining us in the pre-game ahead of this big contest. We're going to go to our first stat break in the Eastland match of the round. When we return, we'll talk all things Premier Division, and it's a big weekend in the top flight.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baronia Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round, live from Templestowe Reserve. A massive Division 2 clash out here. Templestowe taking on Croydon. Josh Wood here alongside Scott Hardy. We will be joined by Ryan Long again, but he's a busy man helping Blake Tennant with the sponsorship signage at the moment. Just touching on the reserves game now, Croydon have come from behind in this reserves game. They lead 5-8-38 to Templestowe 5-2-32, and it's just into the final 30 seconds of this third quarter. Mind you, they are kicking, I think, with a bit of a breeze heading towards the Porter Street end. It was, when I got out here, it was a pretty handy breeze out there out there kicking towards the Porter Street end, or to the left of your radio dial if you're tuning in on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM. But we'll touch on Premier Division. We've already touched on the 3 other games taking place in Division 1 and 2, of course, with the split round this weekend. And it's a massive weekend in Premier Division as well. We'll save the big games for later. We'll touch on Berwick and Doncaster East first. Berwick, of course, won't be with Clint Evans for next season after he announced he'd be resigning from the position of Berwick senior coach. So, and he's done a terrific job with Berwick for the past 5 years, transitioning them into the EFNL with a extremely young side. They take on a Doncaster East side who don't have Simon White. They do regain Aaron Cherivolo and Lachlan Waddell. So, I'm guessing you're backing Doncaster East in this game, Scott?
Not necessarily, no. I think just with obviously that announcement, that news, I think in the position that they are, it's a huge game for them, and it would be a credit to stay up within the Premier Division, sort of, signing out and sort of keeping the hopes alive for next year. But yeah, no, I don't know. I'm tipping Berwick, but only just in the upset of the Premier round.
If you were on the weekend forecast, would that have been your roughie of the week?
Yes,
yeah,
100%.
Well, my roughie of the week is for the next game, Vermont taking on Noble Park out at Vermont Recreation Reserve. I know it's a bold call, but Noble Park do have some good players. They bring back Luke Nelson from the VFL level. Vermont, they regain their captain James Ross, which is a very handy inclusion. That's that bit of leadership in their defence, which they sort of lacked last weekend against Roval, and they'll want to respond after what was one of their more disappointing performances of the season last weekend on the Sunday match of the round out at Seabeck Oval. They were, for the first 10 or 15 minutes, they were half decent, but it was just one of those performances, or one of those days I reckon Vermont would rather forget. I'm still tipping them in, still backing them in. I've got Noble Park as my roughie though, but I think this is a chance for Noble Park to build on their form that they gained against Berwick last weekend.
Jeez, quick to jump off Vermont after a decent loss last week. I can understand, but let's not forget that beat Ball in the week before. So I think, just with the way they're playing footy, also at Vermont's home ground, so I would lead more towards Vermont. But hey, we're all allowed our roughies, and we'll see where it ends up at 5:15 today. But yeah, I find it hard to see Noble just bouncing back with that win against to beat Vermont. Vermont need to obviously find these 4 points just to stay in that contention with obviously that slip. But it's a tight race up top.
Ryan Long, your tips on Berwick, Doncaster East, Vermont, Noble Park. You're sticking with the Eagles and the Lions?
Yeah, I think both sides will get the job done. Too important for Vermont to be able to drop this one, considering their spot on the ladder. And they've lost last week to Roval, and Blackburn's win against South Croydon. Every one of those wins is so important. Yeah. Every 4 points. So
Josh is picking Noble. This is his smoky of the of the week.
You picked Noble
as my roughie of the week.
Last week that was probably one of their better wins of the season, and it was a long time coming, and they were to really put them away very early. And Kyle Martin has been able to hit the scoreboard with a few goals himself. So, I mean, they're forming against. Sorry, I've run halfway down from. And you throw
what
me
happened
right
to
on
the
the spot.
assistance you were supposed to get? Hard to get good help these days, isn't it, Ryan?
I'll get my breath back in about half an hour.
As Blake sort of slinks out to the back and has a rest himself.
A well-earned rest for Blake Tennant, doing a great job with the women's match of the round. And then the other, we'll touch on Norwood South Croydon. Of course, the Nidoc game is back for another season, this time out at Mullumbullen Reserve. South Croydon won in 2022, Norwood won in 2023. I think we'll all be backing the Bulldogs. They bring back Matt Jones and Ben Willis. Norwood do have some handy ins in Tom Highmore and Josh Wall. Highmore, particularly big inclusion from the VFL level, but I think it's safe to say South Croydon should get the job done here.
Yeah, I think it certainly make it a little more even, Scott, with a couple of those big inclusions, VFL listed players. In saying that, again, similar to Vermont, just too much on the line for South Croydon. They drop this, they'd be a lot of strife if there are any intentions of playing finals this season. But of course, of the day, it has been now a tradition with the league where South Croydon and Norwood play the traditional NAIDOC round clash, and we've been lucky enough to be out to the last couple, and we obviously were there last week against East Ringwood with Jamie Bennell and had the smoking ceremony. So it's a great thing, the initiative from both clubs to be able to continue this tradition and going on again today.
Yeah, it's great, and it just builds that sort of, that competition and that rivalry between them, and it's always played in good spirits, don't get me wrong.
Yep.
So, it should be a great hit out, but yeah, I would say South Croydon, but that's sort of the watch, isn't it now? It sort of moves from sort of seeing that 1, 2, 3, and then it focuses on 4, 5, and 6.
Yep.
Where are they going to finish? Who's going to finish in those positions? Who's going to grab it? Points are so important, and like I said, this round 13 is just shaping up for everyone to really sort of point them in on which path they're about to go down.
Yeah, well, really, the last weekend sort of shaped the top 5 or top 6. This weekend will certainly do so. With some big games, and we'll touch on a couple of those big games now. First up, Blackburn up against East Ringwood out in Moreton Park. East Ringwood, inaccurate kicking last weekend, but they still were terrific against Baldwin out at East Ringwood Reserve. Blackburn, a terrific victory. One of their better victories of the season against South Croydon out at Cheong Park. They bring in Kieran Hubber. East Ringwood, Connor Waitman comes in. Remy McLean for his senior debut on the Eastern Rangers list. They lose a couple in Chris Cherney, Callum Norris and Dylan Below. Do we give Blackburn a little bit of a shout in this contest out at Moreton Park?
Definitely. I think they're well and truly a shot with the way they're playing last week, coming off a really impressive performance. Jake Hammond this season has been probably a bit of a difference to have that key focal point up forward. Jason Reid coming off some really good form, and then your likes of your small forwards in Billy Hicks and so on have really impressed. Sam Hart, once he's come back in the side, has been quite strong himself. And they play an East Ringwood side who lose a couple. They do keep in Sam Lowson, of course, which qualifies him for finals, we believe, depending if he's played too many VFL games. But you said he's had a couple of outs in the VFL with a concussion, and
I think he's had 9 or 10 VFL games, and he's played 3, and I think the cutoff is 14.
So that's a massive to have him there on this Saturday. And he was really important last week. He was able to clunk a lot of big marks and didn't kick straight, but gave him that option up forward as a really exciting player for them. And it's a point at last time they played these two sides. So there's no doubt that Blackburn will go into this game with a bit of confidence back at home, Moreton Park. I'm just leaning towards East Ringwood because we've probably seen them on a more consistent base put in good performances, Scotty.
Yeah, I'm with you, Ryan. I think East Ringwood for mine. But that being said, Blackburn's coming off some nice little wins that they've had, and that big win against South Croydon as well the week before. Obviously, fans will be out in show because it's they don't need to travel far. They're travelling to home, but they're always out in force no matter where they go. I always love seeing a Blackburn game. I think the crowd is always behind them, and I think they'll take that momentum into this game. But yeah, they'll need to be on their best footy for this.
Yeah, the Red Jackets will definitely be out and about, that's for sure. They've got one of the best crowds, best travelling crowds in the business too. Yeah, so I'm sure they'll look to to come on down to Moreton Park in what is an enticing game. The other enticing Premier Division game, Baldwin up against Roval. Now, Baldwin bring back Alex Urban, Will Lamott, Vincent Sagari for his first game of this season. But Roval has some seriously good inclusion. Tyson Schruck replaces his brother in the end, Mitch Schruck, and that was the only change yesterday. But they've had a couple of handy inclusions, late inclusions. Cooper McDonald and Cole Stainthorpe coming back into the lineup for their first game in a very long time. You get those players back into the lineup. It's scary to think what Roval can do, Ryan.
Oh, 100%. They're massive inclusions and very handy for Roval to have those players coming in after just winning by 60 points against a top 4 side. So they're in some really good form, and I've actually tipped them coming into this before seeing those inclusions, but that just gives me a bit more confidence tipping them as well. But from the 4 Premier Division sides we saw last weekend, Roval impressed me the most out of the 4, Scotty. I thought the way they played, their midfield dominance was just, was first class. Brolick, McDonald, Stapleton, the duo of Lockman and Showmakers in the ruck. They just made it so hard for Vermont to win any footy out of the midfield. And then they bring in Lockie Wine last week, who kicks his 5 goals and was the key focal point up forward. So I have that feeling that, this, of course, is the back-to-back grand final side. Premiers last year, reigning premiers coming into this year. if they get everyone right at the right time, and guys like Cooper McDonald, I don't know if he's going to play a final series, but you get all these players back. To me, they're still the number one team to beat, even if they don't finish on top of the ladder.
Geez, I was saying you have one big win. I obviously missed it last week,
Yeah.
but geez, the chat has gone off in WhatsApp. The weekend forecast as well for the first bit was all about Roval, what they're doing. It was just, it's been non-stop Roval. And it doesn't help Ray just having him on the side either.
And somehow, I was about to say, Ray was on the side this weekend. So
not too bad. But yeah, look, it was obviously an impressive win for them, and obviously it's building that, that run at the perfect time. It's no point, showing your best footy in round one. It's a long season, and obviously they're showing that now, and credit to them. And yeah, you look at the list and the names, and you read them out, and you go, well, yeah, they've just got superstar after superstar on their lineup, and if one's not standing up, it's the other behind them that will take over. I'm not writing off Baldwin in any shape or form. I think it was just probably a blip on the radar for Baldwin. I think they can bounce back. There's no doubt about that. It's going to be a huge contest just to shape up for, I guess, that final sort of, insight as to whether these two sides are going to match it and how they go from there. I think, just at the moment with Baldwin, they're obviously sort of slipping, a little bit, and that's a little bit of a concern. But yeah, it's going to be a ripping contest. I will go with Roval just because I've heard everyone talk about it, and I think I may as well. They must be doing something pretty damn good.
Yeah, and I think if Baldwin do lose this, it's 3 in a row they've lost as well, and against 3 finals contenders.
Yeah, you're right. And I guess probably the other thing, Scott, is it probably doesn't help when the 3 games we've seen them this year have been their 3 best games of the season. We haven't seen them when they lost to Baldwin early in the year and East Ringwood. So maybe we walk away every time because they play so well when we come and watch them and think, well, they are the benchmark, and that's what I've probably done. Where Baldwin and East Ringwood, although both sides had some outs, probably didn't impress me as much as what I saw with Roval on the Sunday. But, I mean,
there was a window that knocked people from both sides, like both camps, either in the positive or towards the negative. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah,
certainly is.
Do you want the Oracle, Josh?
Yes, wouldn't mind the Oracle.
The Oracle has tipped. This would be a big surprise by the margin. Roval 120, Baldwin 46. I don't believe they'll win by 74 points, but you never know. Berwick versus Doncaster East has Berwick winning that game by 10 goals. Blackburn, East Ringwood has Blackburn with the upset, a 5-goal win over East Ringwood. That'd be interesting. Vermont take on Noble Park, has Vermont winning by 4 points, and I think they may have even won by 4 points earlier in the season, going back to round 4 this season. And then Norwood to pull off an upset against South Croydon, 55-53.
Jeez, wouldn't that be something? That'd be a massive victory if Norwood were to get up. We always are. We love the Oracle and what they bring each and every week with their tips. Let's touch on Division 3 now. Sylvan Upper Ferntree Gully. You had Sylvan as your roughie yesterday. I give them a shout up the mountain. I'm still back in Upper Gully because there's a bit on the line here, Scott.
Yeah, I like Sylvan. I like what they do.
Yeah,
I like
first-class
them at home. I think it's a standout ground for them. But I think their biggest issue is currently their defence and their back line. It's just leaking again. I think I spoke about it last time I was on sort of pre-game. It's at the moment it's standing at 1,290 points against, which is big.
Yeah.
And so when they get done, they get done well. But yeah, if they're up at home, I like the contest, but I am actually going to go Upper Gully on this one.
It's a big one for Upper Ferntree Gully because that performance last week would have been, I don't know the word to describe it, but it would be extremely disappointing against another very quality side in Knox. And not to take anything away from Knox because they're obviously going along very nicely themselves. But to lose by over 100 points, I don't know how many goals they kicked in the end, but it wasn't very much. And
Two
goals, and you can't be kicking 2 goals if you're going to be in a game, if you're going to be a genuine finals contender, and it's dropped them back to 6. So, without a doubt, it's just a must-win game. I still think Upper Ferntree Gully will finish in the top 5. I think they're, as flaky as their form has been, it's still been a little bit more consistent than Oakley District, who, they fall across the line last week, but other than that, their results haven't been great in the last month or two. So, it's a big result for them because the two sides meet next week. If they can win today, go into that game at home against Oakley, knowing they've already beaten them once this season. They'll probably go in with a lot more confidence, but must need response today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they'll want to deliver that, but it's going to be a tricky ask up at Sylvan Recreation Reserve, which is a tricky ground to navigate for sides travelling up there. Touching on Oakley District, they take on Donvale at Donvale Reserve. I think we'll all be backing Donvale here. They lose a couple, but bring in Tommy Tao for his first senior game with Donvale, and I think they'll get the job done here.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's hard to see Donvale losing at the moment. They're just cruising along nicely.
And Oakley District without their coach, Blake Pearson, which is a big loss for their midfield and up forward after a 7-goal performance last weekend. So, Vales for me. You're tipping this game, Scott, Donvale Oakley District?
Yeah, Donvale, definitely.
We spoke to James earlier today at Donvale after the senior women's games, and everything going along very nicely for him. Very minimal outs. So, yeah, ticking along.
They're playing their best footy at the moment, I reckon. They're slowly building towards yet another final series.
I was going to say, is it better than last year?
Yeah, well, I reckon it was this time last year where they started to really hit their straps. The opening couple of rounds, they were half decent, but I think it was that Ferntree Gully game that really clicked them into gear, and it might have been that Surrey Park game that clicked them into gear.
How many losses did they have last year?
One. And that was to Ferntree Gully in round 3 or 4.
Round 3, yeah.
So they're sitting 0, no losses so far.
Think it's 30 odd wins in a row now. I think
it's their third.
I think it's
33 onto the record books.
33.
Yeah, he loves that sort of stuff.
Loves it.
I think it's 33 wins in a row now. For
33.
I think it was.
No, I think that's too many. They haven't played 5 games in.
That's a good point.
Couple of weeks.
So I might have
put that post up.
So they played 13 this season, and then you're saying round 3. Oh yeah, but finals as well.
So it could be in the 30s. We'll get
it's 30.
We'll get Whisters on.
What's he doing now?
We'll get Whisters onto it. Ferntree Gully, Warrandyte, quick tip on this one. Are we backing the Gully here?
Gully at home.
It's a dangerous game though for Ferntree Gully, because last time they met it was round 5. Warrandyte.
Yep.
They smacked it 120 to 62. So I think Ferntree Gully a different side now than what they were round 5. However, you can't rest on that and sort of just have that belief that at the moment Warrandyte aren't playing great football, haven't played great football for the season. It can turn around and it can turn around quickly. I still am tipping Ferntree Gully, don't get me wrong, but I think this is very much a danger game for them and something that Warrandyte could get the 4 points from.
And then finally, Fair Park up against Knox. Surrey Park also take on Coldstream, which we'll touch on shortly. But it's a pretty interesting game. Obviously, some big outs for Coldstream.
Just hold tight.
Yeah. Fair Park Knox, though. Knox irresistible.
I mentioned it once. I mentioned Surrey. I shouldn't have done that.
No. Knox in this game against an informed Fair Park side, who, of course, will be without Sean Stan next year. And what a terrific job he's done.
Yeah, absolutely. And Chris was lucky enough to speak to him this week. Announcing that he is finishing up at the end of the season. They're in some good form, but so are Knox. And Knox, I just have a lot of trust in at the moment. And I think they'll get the job done. 4 to 5 goals. Scott?
Yeah, I have to go Knox as well. They've surprised me. We've spoken about it before. I think you've definitely picked them well for this season, and they continue to go from strength to strength. I think they just, they're not far off the mark. They're really biting at that second and third position. Just need to get those back-to-back consecutive wins and a bit more consistent footy.
Yeah, they need to claim they do need to claim a scalp towards the back end of the season, and with the form they're in there, certainly putting forward their case to get the double chance. The two sides sitting in second and third. Surrey Park take on Coldstream now. As I mentioned, some big outs for Coldstream. No Darcy Carrigan, no Brooke Crashtree. Jake Sheriff goes out. Lachlan Craig as well. Gary Conyers does come back in, which is a handy inclusion, but they take on a Surrey Park side who bring in Jack Mahon in his first game for Surrey Park. Literally only arrived yesterday. Kane Hendon and Tayden Vitaka come into the lineup as well. So at Surrey Park, are we backing in the Panthers?
You know what I like about this segment is we're really getting close to that ad break, so it can't go much there. So Surrey Park.
Yeah, you haven't given yourself much time to talk about him, but
I think rookie error.
Should have started with him. Josh,
full
strength, almost full strength Surrey Park side. Colts are in with too many key outs. Surrey Park have been very good at home, minus that one performance against Donvale. So Surrey Park for me, confidently.
Yeah, well, I think we talked about them enough yesterday.
Jeez, I'd like to see Cold Street get up.
Certainly going to be keeping a close eye on that game, guys. I mentioned second versus third in Division 3. We are going to go to another ad break here. When we return, we'll bring back the call team. We'll bring back the call team ahead of this Eastland match of the round.
Wait, Lees.
Just before we do a bit of a community announcement, a grey Mazda Ute, number plate YTK956, have their lights on if they're listening to the radio broadcast or on YouTube and Facebook.
Scotty,
have
that
your
you?
lights
No,
on.
not me.
Whispers, is that you? We'll go to a break here. When we return, the call team will assemble for this Eastland match of the round between Templestowe and Croydon.
Hello.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Eastland match of the round. Templestowe versus Croydon, a big Division 2 clash. It is third versus fourth. Double chance up for grabs, particularly for Templestowe, who sit one game behind Croydon. Coming into this big clash, I'm Ryan Long, media manager of the Eastern Football Netball League, joined by a full crew here today with me in the van out at Templestowe Reserve. First time we've been here in a long time. Joined by Brett Beston, Scott Hardy, Blake Tennant, and Brett Beston. Fantastic to have you back. It's been a difficult month and a bit for you, in and out of hospitals. You've been quite crook, but
it's been a nightmare. But it's nice to
back.
be back. Nice to be back and out here for a pretty good game. And this one, looking forward to it. Should be a goodie.
Certainly right, and also joining us in the van is Scott Hardy, back this week as well, and on pre-game and doing a fantastic job. Scott, a big game ahead, which I'm sure you're looking forward to getting stuck into.
Yeah, we're all coming back. Welcome back, Besto. Good to see you.
Thanks,
good to
mate.
see myself down here as well. So looking forward to it. It's nice to be out here. We were saying I haven't actually been down to this ground. I've driven past it many a time and would have no clue that this ground is here, but it's looking in pretty decent nick, especially much, much better than Beaconsfield there, Blakey.
Oh, mate, that ground. I saw videos today, actually, and it's a mud pit down there. I don't know how I know the 19s lost by a kick. That's all I got told early stages. But
of who? What 19s?
Montrose 19s.
Come on.
The viewers may not know.
No, well, Montrose 19s lost to Beaconsfield.
Well, yeah. Once they get Blake,
but this ground's actually held up really nicely, though. That's all I can say. It's a beautiful deck. And yeah, looking forward to this great game. Me and you, Ryan, did a wonderful game today down at Donvale Reserve between Park Gorges and Donvale. So it's been a good morning, and we hope we get a good game, as Besto always wants, but he never gets, unfortunately.
No. One day I'll get a nail biter that'll go down to the last kick.
Yes, I had a nail biter a couple of weeks ago, Besto, and I think Lee corrected me saying Besto would love this.
Excellent.
But yeah, we want to get a close game for you, Besto. It's your first game back. We've missed you, mate, and it's good to see you. Good to see you back in good spirits, and good to see that you're healthy as well, mate. Thanks. So it's good to see you.
You guys did quite well going to Donvale because you're just down the road, nice and close.
12-minute drive from.
Oh, that's what I said, just down the road.
That's handy. Very handy.
Struggled to find a car park here, but that's okay.
It's actually no. Well, I had to park out in the street because I didn't know where the entrance was. But
yeah, it's a weird place to get into, isn't it?
See that white truck down. Looks like a truck, but it's
you should have seen me dropping the van off on Friday. I was dropping Uis all over the place.
Depends which way you come in. I thought you could enter the ground from this side, but
interesting game this one here, boys.
Well, you're right, Blake. In the reserves game, it's been neck and neck all afternoon. I believe there might be. That could be full time. Croydon wins 6-10-46 at Templestowe 7-3-45. So that game went down to the wire, and there was a point at the end. I'm not sure who kicked that or what end of the ground. I believe that might have been Josh. We got Josh on the boundary.
It's a draw.
It's a draw.
So there was a point just before. Templestowe kicked a point, or Croydon kicked a point before. Luke Hoekstra kicked that. And Templestowe just kicked it behind just beforehand, and it's all drawn up here.
You were all over it. Glad we got that man down on the boundary.
Scoops forward.
Exceptional work already.
Cheers, Scotty.
On the boundary, he could if he waves his hand inside the window.
I'll be venturing to the other side. I'll be venturing to the other side soon. I was just waiting for this reserves game to finish.
Just interestingly, in this game, the goal umpire and the field umpire are having a very long chat down there at.
You know what this reminds me of, Ryan?
What's that?
2019 Grand Final.
Ringwood
Mitcham. Ringwood Mitcham. Yep, that game brings a.
Yeah, don't bring up the wall.
I think it was. I still say it's a goal, but
it wasn't, mate.
Anyway, we play on. So
Matt Parker on the line there. He was a goal.
I've heard.
I can't remember.
I heard multiple people say it wasn't a goal, Blake.
But I still remember the day. I was.
Oh yes, you were in better position than every single other person in the ground.
I was on the pocket. I was on the pocket that day, and I still remember. And I.
5 years.
He's talking like his old man River down there. Back in my day.
Yeah, so he's been
when I
around
was a boy.
He's been around the league for a long time. Let's move on. A big game ahead, Brett, between the two sides. And we spoke a bit about this on pre-game, but particularly looking at Templestowe, if they lose this one against Croydon, they'll put themselves 2 games behind third. And it almost would be a bit too much work to do in the back half of the season, or the back 4 to 5 rounds, to steal a double chance. And I'm still always a big fan of you've got to finish with at least a double chance to have a real crack at winning the flag. Yeah,
it certainly is tough if you don't get that double chance. It's not impossible, but it's very, very difficult. So Templestowe probably, as you're right, do have a bit more at stake. But I like Croydon in this gun. They've the only side this year that have beaten Baronia, so that's something. And of course, the last time they met earlier in the season, for what it's worth, Tempe got the job done in a close one. But I just don't know. I think Croydon might get the chocolates today in a close one.
Yeah, I'm actually with you on that. I'm tipping Croydon too. I don't think there's going to be much in it, and my mind went back and forth a little bit across the week, and I'm landing on Croydon maybe by a couple of goals. Scott Hardy, we heard from both coaches. Great to have that insight from Rhett Jordan and Nick Batsanis. But did you come away? Did either of them sort of convince you either side, or going into this contest that favours you towards one end or the other?
No, and that's sort of how I'd sort of looked at it earlier on. I think they're just sides that just match up so evenly, and we'd spoken about not necessarily in sort of, positioning or who they have, similar midfield, similar forward. It's just at the end of the day, their scoring options, their defence is holding up, and it's just sort of a mirror image at times. And we said they played earlier this year. It was only a 4-point game at that stage. So my sort of heart feels that Croydon will get the win, but it's probably being unfair that obviously it's Templestowe's home deck. I think, they obviously play it maybe a little bit better, but I just think Croydon's youth, they're run and gun, and when they're on fire and when they're playing their best footy, they are hard to stop, and we've seen that before.
Blake, your thoughts on this game? Having a look at both sides, their form coming into this game, both having the bye last week with the split round.
Yep.
Templestowe, I thought, before that Baroni game, and they lost a lot of plays and didn't lose by a whole lot. I think it was 5 to 6 goals. But before that, their form was really, really strong and potentially the second best in the division. Going into this game, you obviously having a week off and you get some players back. How do you see the Dockers? Can you make the case for them today at home on their home deck?
Oh, it's a hard one. It's honestly a hard one to tip for both teams, just judging off the bye. You lose a bit of momentum, that sort of thing, having a week off, and it's going to be tough for, Templestowe just to get back in the groove. And as you touched on, Ryan, a few players have come back into the team this week as, the captain's now about to go on to do the toss-up. But I think I've got to go Croydon. I think there's just more on the line. I know it's for both teams, but more Croydon, I feel like, because I put them in my grand final in my pre-season ladder, and I put in the Fish second, and they've just been, on and off, boys. Like, that loss to Lilydale, that hurt. Like, that to lose by 2 points to Lilydale, that would have hurt them, and they've just been a little bit, I feel, inconsistent, a little bit, just a little bit down, but I'm going to go Croydon today, boys.
Our main man on the boundary, Josh Ward. I'll be interested to see if you've changed your tip. You were pretty confident for the home side earlier in the week. What's your thoughts coming into this one?
I'm still confident on the home side. I think Templestowe are playing some really good footy at the moment, and they took it right up with the fact they were depleted to a Baronia side and only lost by 28 points there. So I'm tipping the Dockers in this one. The toss has just been done. Fraser Smith this one at Croydon will be king to the left of your radio dial to the Porter Street end. There is a little bit of a breeze that's coming in and out, and pretty soft underfoot as well. So certainly going to be interesting if there's some sore bodies after this game as well.
Thanks there to Josh Ward. On the boundary this afternoon for the big clash, and mentioned the captain for the Croydon Football Club in Fraser Smith was best on ground earlier in the season when we watched the match of the round between Croydon and Baronia. Got his side across the line. He will be one of those players to keep an eye on this afternoon.
Funny fact about Fraser Smith, he lives right behind me, actually.
It's good to know.
So where my house is.
Fascinating stuff.
There you go. Thought I'll mention that. He would like that too, because
kick the footy over the back fence.
I haven't done that in a while, actually.
Disappointing.
Yeah.
He's got bigger things on at the moment. Trying to get 4 points here.
Kick to kick with Blake over the fence.
But I thought that was an interesting fact.
Special comments with Blake too.
One thing I will say for Templestowe is if they can get theirs, because they're finding scoring options very, very easily. We're saying that, but their only issue is the behinds. They love a point, so just straight kicking keeps them in the game. They can't afford the behinds. They've had sort of around 18 to 19 sort of behinds in the last 2 games. So, yeah, that's one thing for Templestowe that they just need to adjust in this game. And like I said, against a quality opposition in Croydon.
Yeah, definitely right. And we saw that was sort of the theme of last weekend. A lot of sides kicking inaccurately. East Ringwood was one of those in the match of the round on Saturday. A couple of sides, Coston, Montrose, Heathmont. So we'll see who makes the most of their opportunities this afternoon in the big clash out here at Templestowe Reserve. First time we've been here in such a long time.
Do you remember when the last time we were here?
Before my time, mate.
Lee, you might know.
I believe it might have been 2018, although it was the first year we had the unicorn, because we were afraid that when we left it here overnight that something would happen, which was what happened to the previous van. It was broken into.
Wow.
We left it into.
It's been safe here this weekend, and we're underway here. Brett Beston, take us into the first quarter.
So the first hit out of the game falls the way of Croydon. They get the clearance at least on the ground, wrapped up nice and tight. And the umpire comes in and says, we will ball it up. So conditions-wise, we'll get Wardy to check on that at the moment. But a little bit of grey clouds starting to come in. It's been quite a pleasant morning, but we could be in for some rain later as the umpire pays a free kick going the way of Sparrow.
Yeah, Mitchell accidentally smashed him in the mouth.
So Callum goes inside 50, ball bouncing around awkward over there. Nagel's got a bit of work to do, but he does it quite well. In fact, now he's got the ball, Nagel, and he's in a bit of trouble. He just hacks it off the ground. That's dangerous. And a big tackle coming in from Jordan. And no, it comes out, and it's going to be cleared away by Templestowe, but it's going to come straight back off the boot of Pryor. Pryor goes inside 50, but that's not a great kick, and it's cut off easily by Toby Ryan.
Toby Ryan, one of the more experienced players on the Templestowe lineup today. Goes towards that far side. The mark taken there. McClellan takes the short kick forward, finds Nagel. Very important player on the Templestowe lineup. As they link up on that far side, Mitchiner dropped the mark he probably should have took and almost gave away a free kick as the Blues try to link up. It was cut off there, and they now go forward again, Templestowe. Mark on that far side by Jai Hardwick, back in the side in recent weeks. Coming through the reserves, Hardwick just goes down the line, a push in the back, not called there against Mackenzie. I said he used his body well and goes forward himself. Right on that far side, Dodd will send them back into attack again, a one-on-one. Out the back here, Rhett Jordan used his body well, but the speed there from the Templestowe defender was able to get it across the line.
Boundary.
As we go boundary side, Josh Ward, thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals.
I was just touching on the conditions of the ground, as I mentioned. There is a bit of a breeze heading towards the Porter Street end, which is the end Croydon are kicking to, and there are some dark clouds looming. There is a gazebo parked up next to the scoreboard, so I might go there once if it starts bucketing down.
So we should actually point out that there's been a free kick played.
I think it must have been out on the full.
Yeah, so Rhett Jordan's going to have a go. It's a difficult angle, but if anyone's going to kick it, it'll be Rhett. He goes to Banana. How's it looking? I reckon he's got it. So it's an early contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. As he lined up, I sort of felt that he was going to kick it because he's such an experienced player, the former Norwood man. And the first goal of the day goes the way of Croydon, and they lead 1-0 to no score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had 2.5 gone in the first term.
Interesting start, boys. I feel like when the Croydon midfielders went to work there and they got it down to their forward line, and I don't know what happened there because we were distracted a bit by what Josh was saying, but that's a great start. They need that start. I feel like, like I said on the game that I did today, it's silencing the crowd. I feel like they need to do that Croydon
It's not that big a crowd here, Blake.
I know, I'm just saying.
Back in the middle again, the ruck battle. Going nowhere between Mitchiner and Sparrow.
Fair few cars around here, though, Besto. So
yes, it's a great afternoon of football with the weather somewhat on our side with the sun when it's there. And
boundary.
Once it's gone, it's quite chilly as we go down across to the boundary. Josh Ward.
Well, those people in the people win the cars are pretty much staying in those cars, I reckon, for the game.
We'll see how that all plays out as Giovannini wrapped up in the middle. 1 straight 6 Croydon. Templestowe yet to score. 3.5 minutes gone. Bendigo Bank scoreboard first quarter here for the match of the round. Mitchiner grabbed it out of the ruck and was tackled right away from Sparrow. So we'll do it again for the 3rd time in a row.
Big lad, Mitchiner. He's got a little bit of niggle to him as well. If you watch him, he doesn't mind applying a few extra hits.
Certainly not, as Croydon get the clearance forward. Big ball to be won here. Socket off the ground in favour of the Dockers. The handball over the top from Warren. Falls into the hands here of Britton for the Blues back in the middle of the game. Pryor got the handball off to Duel. And he's wrapped up by 2 Dockers. Bit of
boundary.
Push and shove. So go back to the boundary, Josh Ward.
I was a fan just walked past actually, and he said the goal to Rhett Jordan was paid deliberate before.
Deliberate, okay, that's interesting.
Haven't seen that in a
Templestowe go forward themselves. The handball forward to Warren. Warren inside 50, bouncing footy in front of a teammate there in Hardwick. He's got Ryan to work with, who his kick is very much to the left off the boot and out of bounds on the full. So Croydon to take this.
Just got some scores around the grounds, boys. Vermont 2 straight 12 to Naval Park yet to score. Bourne leads 6-0. Doncaster 7-0. That's all I've got for you guys for the scores around the grounds.
Oh.
Thank you, Blakey. As a dangerous kick comes inside, it falls for Everly, but the whistle's gone. It's going to be a free kick going the way of Templestowe. Not quite sure what that was for. So
Unrealistic.
So
Jigs.
We've got it in stereo as a little kick goes out wide from Dahl. Finds a target, nicely done. So Riley Britton, he's got a bit of work to do to bring it out of defence. There's the kick. You guys could go on the right and have like a comedy show or something. You could,
wait for the A-grade material that comes later in the show.
Metze is over there on the far side. There's Josh Ward over there, just trying to keep warm at the moment. There's a little chip out. They're not going anywhere, Croydon. They're just chipping it around, just trying to find an opening at the moment. Nothing much doing. Early days, we've had 5.5 gone, just the 1 goal in it, away of away of Croydon. As the ball comes out, now it's in the hands of McClellan, but the whistle's gone, and we're going to pay a free kick. No, throw in over there on the far side.
More scores around the grounds, boys. Bayswater lead 9-0. Beaconsfield lead 12-0 as well, boys.
Who are they playing, Blake, for those listening at home?
Montrose, mate.
And the other side?
Bayswater over Mirrabah, sorry.
Thank you, Blake. As Templestowe look to clear this out, Ryan's there trying to get a foot to it. They link up nicely. Warren got it back to Ryan. Ryan on that far wing just sends it as far as he can. Trying to keep this one in is Smith. But the boundary line beats him, and we'll get a boundary throw on far side. 6 minutes gone first term. Croydon 1 straight 6. Templestowe yet to score.
I like that excitement in calling that score. Blakey can take note there. Once a little bit flat on that first one, but that's all right. We'll work.
Mulgrave also lead the Basin 13-0-2, boys. Sorry about that before.
So interesting to see some car boot parties up the back. There's about 3 cars all nicely lined up over there as Croydon take possession of the football, and it's wrapped up in the contest.
How's the... Well, sorry, Bess. I was just saying, look, we've got the camera just on that white one. The rug is really rugged up there. Good pick out.
So Mitchell gets a little tap out, and they had socketed forward by Warren out towards the boundary. Warren goes in, great second effort, and it's going to be a ball up. I was just thinking before, imagine Mitchell going up against Big Riley Monkhurst. So that'd be a contest I'd like to see.
Yep.
So he's a big boy, all right. So they'll go inside 50 here, Templestowe. Kick goes forward. There's plenty of Croydon defenders back, and they do really well in the end. They get it out, nicely marked over there by Matt McKenzie. Far side of the ground. Got a little bit of ink happening. Both legs, in fact, as he goes in and board. It's a dangerous kick, but Everly did really well, actually. He was under a lot of pressure there when he takes the mark. So slow, methodical build-up. You can see the ground starting to cut up over there, so maybe it's not quite as good a nick as it looks. As he goes back out wide, so they're going, this is like kick-to-kick stuff. Back inside, there's Mitchin had dropped the mark he should have taken. Now it's a chance for Templestowe to go inside 50 again. There's the kick, dropped over there, but Croydon have managed to extricate themselves. They do pretty well in the end.
Well done.
And they spread it across, and they're out here off halfback.
Absolutely, through Fraser Smith. He'll kick it into space on the broadcast side, looking for Jordan. He's got an opponent to beat, and we're going to get a ball up right in front of us. Centre wing.
Just really well done there by the Croydon defensive line there. Right on by Fraser Smith. Just get that run and carry. I think that's the first we've seen from Croydon today.
Opened up the game. Mitchell got the tap down to Giovannini, got it forward. A free kick here is going to be paid to Warren. It's coming back. And a bit of push and shove again. Plenty of feeling in this in the early stages of this game.
I like the use of the body. I thought he thought the player was going to get it. Well, he definitely wanted to make him earn it. And was going to give away a free kick even if he got it. But still.
McKenzie, but it is Warren's free kick, who comes back in the side this week, as well as the player he's just hit up on the chest in Bo Mitchiner. Mitchiner short kick looking to Giovannini. His jumper already ripped.
Just saw that too.
Took him 8.5 minutes. He'll go inside 50. Can they get a mark forward? Smith's out the back. Read it very nicely, and he'll take the intercept mark.
So good work by Smith. Now Croydon to bring it out. Fraser Smith, as we mentioned, he played well on the last time we saw Croydon play. Bit of a star as he goes down the line. Ball gets right over the back. Now it's in the hands of Templestowe, and they'll go inside 50 again, so they've had much the better of the early stages. Ball gets right over the back. This is dangerous. Snap on the boot of one of the players. It was Swartzer. Now it's bouncing around. Can someone get a mark over there? Croydon will be happy to see this over the boundary, I think. Diving on the footy over there. It's probably going to get wrapped up, I'd say. And coming in and making the tackle just in the nick of time was Mortimer. And the umpire says we'll ball it up.
Croydon setting up really nicely behind the ball. Templestowe probably needs to just lower the eyes a little bit more, bombing it in, but setting up well.
So up it goes. One there by Griffith in the ruck that time. And it's going to be a secondary ball up as it's taken and just wrapped up once again.
Those clouds don't look good at all, boys. Just looking around right now. They're not looking good.
Up it goes again. So we're determined to get the rain coming, especially for Josh, as the ball is taken on the ground there once again. Another wrap-up as we go down to the boundary with Josh Ford.
I did have a look at the radar before, and I hope I'm not jinxing myself in the players. It did look like it's all clear, no rain to come.
Well, let's see here for Templestowe as they get a chance going forward. Schwarzer was in and under, but wrapped up in a tackle. But a dangerous spot for the Dockers. 10 minutes in, they haven't scored. Croydon 1 straight 6. But they probably had most of the territory in this last 10 minutes, and they've been awarded a free kick here. But potentially, and in fact, it will go to Griffiths. Giovannini tried to steal that one off him, but the big man will take the set shot. Not far out, probably 25 metres out, directly in front, and a big chance for Templestowe's first of the quarter. Bailey Griffiths has come to the club this season, and one of the players Nick Batsan has talked about to watch out for up forward. As we said, not far out, comes in about 25 metres out. Kick on the way, it is to the right, and it's a minor score, a missed opportunity for the Dockers. But they are on the scoreboard, 1 behind, to Croydon 1 straight 6 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 10.5 minutes played.
We spoke about that, just the behinds that have cost them games sort of throughout the season. That one straight in front, you need to score that.
So Fraser Smith almost ran himself into trouble, but he manages to thump it down the ground. Good mark taken there. So Templestowe be a bit disappointed. They're missing some chances. They really should be probably 2 or 3 goals ahead in this game. As the ball goes to centre half forward, dropped on the ground there, but they go in and get it again. And that's going to be a ball up. If it's not a free kick, let's wait and see. Just a ball up, I think.
No, free kick.
No, it is a free kick.
Yep, on the ball.
So going the way of Mackenzie, who's going to send it across the other side of the ground, where a lot of the play's been. Finds a target, nicely done. And the back there is Nicholas. So Nicholas goes out wide, goes over the head there of Sparks, out towards the boundary, but they get it again. Nice work by Dool. So Kane Dool goes down the line. That's good play. And Brett Jordan over there, far side of the ground. This is a promising play by Croydon. Can they get to the next stage? They can. Great mark taken over there by Britton. So big wide. That was a great period of play, and well worth the effort at the end. Let's hope they can convert.
Just the experience that we've seen early days, boys, is Brett Jordan. How good has he been, the last couple of minutes of this game? He's already kicked one. He's already lined up already, and hopefully another goal coming up.
He's been prominent as Riley comes in, just effortless, just pops it through. And that's an excellent goal by Croydon, and they get their second of the day. And unbelievably, despite the fact that they've been, the territory's gone the way of Templestowe, they lead 12-1 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as we go down to the boundary.
And Brett Jordan has got Doug Wooden for company, and Doug Wooden is certainly a good defender. Last time in a match of the round we saw Templestowe, last time at least for me, he I think kept Ben Robertson goalless against Boronia. So he's doing a pretty good job, is Brett Jordan, and just showing that Premier Division experience.
Just a couple scores around the grounds as well, boys. Baldwin 14 to Roval 0. Doncaster East 13-0. Blackburn leads 6-2 over East Ringwood. Vermont 26 to Naval Park 6.
Thanks there to Blake Tennant. All the scores around the grounds this afternoon is
deflated.
Well, they're struggling, Brett. Noble.
They are, yes, they're not going well.
Beaconsfield 18, Montrose yet to score. Mirrabah 2 goals straight, 12 to Bayswater 1-5-11.
Thanks there, Blake Tennant. All the scores around the grounds. We'll keep you updated. Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or Facebook and YouTube. Thanks for joining us. Let us know where you're tuning in from today. Beautiful Saturday out here at Templestowe Reserve. The tap down from Mitchener going nowhere. We'll do it all again. 12-1. Leading is Croydon. 13.5 minutes gone first quarter. Mitchener back in the ruck again. And he's well tackled by his opposition ruckman in Sparrow. Going nowhere.
Really good tackle. And Croydon doing really good tackling pressure around these clearances around the centre.
Well, this might work out. He tapped it right in front of Giovannini, who was able to run onto it, kicking it forward. Running onto this one now. Hardwick. The Blues do well to get out of this. It's a turnover and right into the hands of Nagel. Nagel will switch inbound and find Carl Giovannini once again, having his influence on this contest so far. Hits up his brother in Ryan Giovannini. Both have had jumper number changes since we've saw them last season. Last time we had Templestowe for a match of the round. A free kick here has been awarded to Templestowe. Play on advantage. The shot from Bursey all the way to the top of the square, and standing underneath that is Griffin Evely to take the instep mark for the Blues.
So Evely finds a target out wide. So promising play again by Templestowe, but they go unrewarded. Still, they do have the lead on this one by 11 points. Out towards the far side, and the mark is taken. So Croydon to bring it out. Nice little short kick marked over there by Ficcarelli. So Adrian, he'll be a key player today. I haven't seen a lot of him early, but no doubt he'll work his way into the game. Ficcarelli finds a target. Nicely done. Taken there by Pettinella. Far side of the ground. Gives it back to Fraser Smith, who goes down the line. Up they fly. Mitchener it was who went up, but he didn't get the ball. Ball on the ground. There's Rhett Jordan in there, but he couldn't get it. It was in the hands of Pryor. Gets a bit of a hospital handball to a teammate. He's wrapped up on the ground, and we'll have a ball up on the far side and of the ground.
I think something Templestowe have to be mindful of just down back. Obviously, Griffin Evely and Fraser Smith both had key possessions throughout this first quarter. Just might have to look at what they're going to do up forward with them.
Yeah, Fraser Smith already heading towards another best on ground performance. He was good the last time we saw them. He's a bit of a star.
He is. He's been a star for a couple of years now for the Blues. Of course, played for Lilydale before merging over to Croydon. So he's been an absolute star for him.
Definitely right. Mitchener again with the hit out. But going nowhere. Croydon's pressure around the football has been fantastic in the early stages of this game. 3v4 today in Division 2. Just the 2 games of Division 2 footy this afternoon. Mulgrave also play the Bears as Croydon go forward again, looking for Jordan. Was in front position over Giovannini, took the mark on the chest and will go forward again, right and towards the pocket. Had a teammate there, but the Dockers have been able to work through this nicely. The mark taken by Toby Ryan in the back pocket. They're just slowing things down. 16.5 minutes gone first quarter. Haven't hit the goals just yet. Switch it towards the far side again. Just maintaining possession at the moment. Almost slipped over. Corralled there by Jordan, but didn't enough.
Great pressure by Croydon. Like I said, not just the tackles, but keeping them trapped in here.
Yeah, giving them no options, just to go long down the line in the direction of Mitchener. He's got Britton to beat, and Britton probably wins that battle as the Blues go forward again towards the top of the square.
Push.
And a free kick has been paid, and it's going in favour of the Blues.
It was there. I think it was Doug Wooten pushing the back. I didn't see who the player was that got the free kick though.
So just having a look on the replay at the moment. Well, definitely there. So a free kick given away, and he'll be frustrated with that one as the Blues will look to make it 3 in a row. Kick on the way. It's right through the middle.
Boundary.
Croydon have got the jump start. 3 straight, 18 to 1 behind. Let's go down the boundary, Josh Ward.
It was Josh Sayers with the goal for Croydon there, and the free kick as well.
Josh Sayers. Yep. Yeah, just a nice little build-up at the moment.
Yeah.
They're just not giving no space needed at all for the Templestowe backs, and it's great to see Croydon's usage of the ball as well. But the thing is that from a coaching point of view, I would say is they're kicking a lot of their goals in the pockets, boys. Usually you want to go straight in front sort of thing, but a lot of their goals are coming from the pockets, impossible angles too, boys.
So up she goes. Croydon ahead by 18 to 1. As the ball is on the ground, and that'll be a secondary ball.
Yeah, it's a high.
Free kick.
No, that's high.
Free kick, no high tackle.
Sorry,
So
Best David, that was a high.
Going to go the way of Abziri. Thank you, umpire. Umpire Tennant as they go forward again. He's a good mark taken over there. So now Templestowe to go inside 50. There's the kick. Can they find a target? There's plenty of flyers, but it goes right over the back. Still in over there. And eventually it's across the boundary line.
Don't want to mention about me umpiring too yet, Best Day. It's too early to tell, mate.
We'll get there. Hopefully it's a close game and we don't have to.
He just wants someone else to say that he's a 5-time grand final.
Oh, here we go.
Ball brought back into play here. Griffiths the tap down right in the back pocket here for the Blues, who lead by 17 points in the early stages of this game.
Roeville finally on the goal at the moment, boys. 139, Roeville, Baldwin, 2-2-14.
And a free kick again being paid, and it is going in the direction of Templestowe, and it's going to Bailey Griffiths, who has missed one already from a set shot. This is probably from similar distance, just on a tighter angle. And the jumper, it was against Britton, holding the jumper, Scotty?
I I don't know. Okay, so you're on the far side. I thought it was closer in. I was wondering who he was calling.
The ruck contest.
Yep.
So Britain sort of claimed that both ruckmen were holding each other's jumper, but nevertheless, it's a free kick here for Bailey Griffiths. Must kick goal here for the Dockers, and it's a 25-metre penalty. I don't know if he kicked it, but he's going to have a set shot, if not from right in front of the goals, and it'll be a certain goal.
There was a player encroaching at the back there.
Yep.
Was it that one in there?
Yeah, it looks like that might have been against Alexio. But right in front of goal now, we'll make no mistake to put this through. Griffiths get the Dockers first. 1-1-7 to Croydon, 3 straight 18. 20 minutes gone, first term, Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
There's definitely a bit of niggle around the contest from both sides, and the umpires obviously now finding the free kicks.
It's been like that for the last couple minutes, though. You know, having a free kick in the middle of us here, and a little bit of niggle going around between these
plenty
two
of free
teams.
kicks being paid from both sides.
Yeah.
So much needed goal for Templestowe as they get their first of the day. They've had plenty of territory, but just haven't had the score, but they get their first.
Something must have happened last time because they haven't really played against each other. Of course, with Croydon coming down last year. So something must have happened last time they met, boys.
Up it goes. One out of the middle there by Britton against Mitchell. That's no mean feat as Templestowe come forward again, trying to get a mark around about the half-forward line. Punched away towards the boundary just in front of us and the caravan today. And across the boundary it goes. So we're in time on in this first term.
I don't know if you guys have got on your sheet. Have we got a number 10 for Croydon? See someone out on
Alexio.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's been a few number changes and late changes today, but as the umpire throws it in again, nice and high, it takes an eternity to come down. Mitchell just picks it out of the ruck himself, gets a good ball off to Nagel. Nagel goes down the line. Can he hit a target? Oh, beautiful mark, taken over there by the big man in Kazakis, sorry. Kazakis goes inside 50 to full forward. Can they fly? In fact, no, they can't. And the mark is taken back there by Croydon, and they'll get themselves out of danger.
They're out here if they can get this other one here.
Yeah, Christie finds a target there, looking for it's cut off. Couldn't quite take the mark, Costantino. Toby Ryan mops up the mess. The handball forward, under a lot of pressure, Warren, and over bounds for a boundary throw-in.
They were out there, the Blues. I think they had Matt McKenzie out on the lead. He wanted the ball, and I think they had another two more there, and it just dropped that mark. Would have made them even more out if they could get that.
3 straight, they lead to 1-1-7. McKenzie got the ball on the boot, bouncing forward. Costantino well competed against there. A chance now, caught, and a holding ball, free kick against Sarkis. And it'll go in favour of the Blues. They'll link up again, McKenzie. Ficarelli, inside 50 they go again, far side, mark taken, not quite, but he picked up nicely, got it off to a teammate in Alexo, and shot on goal is to the right, and a minor score for Croydon, 3-2-20 to 1-1-7 Templestowe. 22 and a half minutes played first quarter.
Got some more scores, boys. Bayswater 2-8-20 to Mooroolbark 2-1-13. Beaconsfield lead 5 straight 30 to Montrose 2 goals 1-13.
Oh dear, what's happened to the Trows? They've gone to the pack as the ball goes out wide. Big Mitchin takes the mark over there on the far side. So as I say, we're in 23 minutes gone, so we're in time on as the ball goes forward. Trying to pick it up over there was Zukowicz for Templestowe, but they've lost it. Riley Britton gets his hands on it now. He goes forward. Croydon with a chance. In fact, that's Britton there now. He gets his hands on it and then tries to just bat it forward, but he can't control it. And I think it's gone out over there on the far side.
Just quickly from Division 3, Donvale 2-1-13, trailing Oakley District 3-1-19.
Wow. Won't stay like that.
No, it wouldn't change it. But Sylvan leading 28-8 against Upper Fentry Gully.
So I suppose Donvale got to have a loss at some point, but as mentioned, gets another one out of the ruck, just slams it forward. Picking it up there or trying to was Ryan, and the umpire's whistle's gone, but no, we're going to come back. So, in fact, it's Carter, sorry. So Carter it is. We'll go back to take the free kick. Only 24 minutes played, 19-7 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in favour of the visitors from Croydon. So he's going to have a shot and see if he nails this one. Croydon will be delighted going into quarter time. Here he comes, difficult angle. See how he goes. Strikes it pretty nicely. It's going to come up just a bit short, and in the end, the Templestowe side happy just to see it through. It was Jack Harding who punched it through for a minor score. So 25, nearly 25 gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and it's Croydon, 3-2-20 to 1-1-7.
And they're out right away. The clearing kick was a nice one. And finds Jack Harding. Goes towards us, looking for Giovannini. Marks it in front of Mackenzie, and Giovannini's kick will just be in space, or running onto the take the mark is Remington, just before it went over bounds. And they'll look to enter their forward half now, looking for a late goal in this quarter. Trailing by 13 points, up towards the top of the square, and standing underneath that one. A great mark taken by Mortimer, who plays on right away. They want to switch it to Dull. It's cut off here by Mustafa, who will put one through for the Dockers. No, it's well right. And play on. Umpire said play on. There was no mark taken. So
he blew the whistle too quick. He thought he was going to mark that. He just dropped it.
That's right. So still a chance here for Templestowe. 25 minutes gone, trailing by 13 points.
Their kicks inside 50, boys, have just been a little bit not great. They're not hitting their targets at the moment. You know, that second one, especially with Remington, the one that he did before, wasn't a great kick.
Yeah, well, they're well set up behind the football, Croydon, at the moment. They'll bring this one out of bounds again.
But that was Templestowe's best passage of play from that kick in from the behind. So
absolutely.
They just need to link a few more like that, and just to end it in the forward line, like Blake was saying, just not finding that forward target.
So you're going to have a throw in. Just waiting for the umpire to send it in. There it goes. Knocked away there by Big Sparrow onto the grounds. Trying to wrestle his way in there was, I think that's, can't see that is at the bottom of that, but it's going to be another ball up anyway. So crucial opportunity for Templestowe maybe to grab a late one, but they won't, because there's the siren. And a quarter time out here at Templestowe, and it's the visitors who've got their noses in front. 3-2-20 Croydon lead, 1-1-7 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Here's Ryan with the goal kickers.
For the goal kickers for Croydon, Rhett Jordan got the show started with the first one. Riley Britton and Josh Mustasayers also with a single goal kicker. As for Templestowe, just the one goal kicker in Bailey Griffiths. It's quarter time here for the Eastland match of the round, and Croydon go into the first break. 3-2-20 leading Templestowe 1-1-7.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round, Templestowe Reserve at quarter time here. It's the visitors leading by 13 points, 3-2-20 the Blues to Templestowe 1-1-7. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Brett Beston, Scott Hardy, Blake Tennant and Josh Ward on the boundary. Before we go to Josh, who will have one of the coaches with us, Blake, you've got some scores around the grounds today?
Yeah, it's just the big clash, 1v2 in Prem, Rowville 27 to Bolton 20, Doncaster East 20 to Berwick 7. Blackburn 15 over East Ringwood 2. Vermont 27 to Noble Park 14. Haven't had a score yet from Nord or South Croydon. Bayswater, this is the big one, boys. 3-8-26 to Mirrabah 2-1-13. And Beaconsfield lead Montrose 30-13. So fast start there by the Eagles there. We're closing in on Division 2. Obviously, we've got this game, but Mulgrave lead 27 to the Basin 19. We go to 3rd Division now. Donbell and Oakley District 19 apiece. Fair Park Knox haven't got any scores. Ferntree Gully at quarter time 31 to Warrandyte 0. Sylvan lead 29 to Upper Ferntree Gully 9. Surrey Park lead 35 to North of Coldstream. Scoresby lead, another warning, 21 to 18. Haven't had a score at Forest Hill or Whitehorse.
Thanks there to Blake Tennant with the all the scores around the grounds. Back here, Scott, it was interesting first quarter. Croydon made the most of their opportunities. Templestowe spent a lot of time up forward, but their ball use inside 50 wasn't overly as strong as what Croydon's was.
No, it wasn't, and we'd sort of spoken about that transition towards the end was probably their best play for the first quarter. So they'll make adjustments. They've got plenty of room on it, and obviously Croydon haven't put anything sort of away this early, so still plenty of fight in it. I like the contest. I like a little bit of the niggle around the ball. It's got a bit to it, and I think there'll be much more if it stays within this close proximity.
Let's go down the boundary, Josh Ward.
Yeah, I've got Nick Batsanis alongside me. Nick, what do you make of the first quarter?
It was pretty good. I thought Croydon sort of brought it early. We matched it. Just our ball use in the front half wasn't great, and we know what I forget his name, 12 is, but they've got players that sort of sit behind the footy and we sort of keep playing into their hands. So the message now is obviously shallow entries and trying to cut them off at that half-forward line and open them up at the back.
He also singled out Ryan Giovannini in that quarter-time huddle as well. I must be impressed with how he's going and the defence as a whole.
Yeah, Britton's a good player. He's a really handy player, and I think he kicked 4 on us last time we played him. So we've given him the job now, so hopefully he can just hold him to, a few goals would be nice. But he's playing really well on transition too. I feel like we're using him a lot up the ground too.
Do you reckon your midfield's also getting on top as well?
Yeah, I think we're slowly starting to get there. I think it's been a little bit of a scrap in there, but it's quite contested. So I think our boys love that contested style of play. So hopefully we can get on top of him this quarter.
Good luck for the rest of the game.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks there to Josh Ward, doing a great job on boundary level. Speaking to Nick Batsanis, the senior coach of the Templestowe Football Club, and I think they probably summed it up pretty nicely. The forward, the use going forward hasn't been great. Over the top, Smith and a few other players, Mortimer, have just been picking it off. So they can fix that up. They're right back in this game, Brett.
Indeed, so they'll be looking to address that as Sparrow gets the first hit out, falls nicely for Giovannini, goes inside 50, so here's their first test. It wasn't a great kick, but they still can put the pressure on here and maybe lock it in. Ball spills away, there's a little handball over the top, batted on there, but there's plenty of Croydon defenders back and they should be able to get out of this. In the hands of Dahl, under a bit of pressure, but he's fallen over. It's quite slippery on that side of the ground. We have seen that as Carter puts his boot to it and finds a target, and Croydon a bit lucky in the end to manage to get themselves out of this as they chip it down the line. And Mark taken over there by Fraser Smith. He's been terrific early. One of the real stars of this Croydon side, but he hasn't got too much to kick to at the moment, but eventually he does find a target. Nice work to Matt McKenzie. McKenzie goes inboard to around about the middle of the ground, and here's a chance for Croydon to maybe get out here. Here's the kick forward by Kane Dahl. One-on-one contest, although some extra bodies coming at the end. Falls for Ryan, who's taken in the tackle, and the umpire's whistle's gone. And what are we going to have here? Just a ball up, I think.
Good play by Luke Sparks there, just holding at feet of the ball. Just unfortunately didn't bounce up into his lap there.
So ball up, about 50 out from Croydon's goals. Templestowe will get the clearing kick forward. Bouncing off the boot there of Nicholas. And out of bounds, so it's going to come back here. And we'll get a boundary thrown right in front of us.
Players weren't happy about that one, boys.
Well,
Just hearing the FX mic down there.
Well, I was going to say, Aaron Nichols, he needed to stick that tackle. I think he thought he was going to run out, but it was a lot closer than he thought.
That's right, as the ball brought back into play, Mitchell got the tap down. And we'll get another ball up.
And one thing I think as well around this contest, I think that obviously Templestowe winning these ruck taps, you just need to find the runners as they're going through, or take it yourself.
Yeah, that's right, as Mitchell just does there. And another big tackle laid.
Couldn't have played
again
that
by
better.
Nicholas.
They just don't have those sort of, just those crumbing sort of ruck rovers
that's right,
around.
because you'd back Mitchell to win almost every hit out against the smaller opponent in Sparrow, who's still doing a good job holding his own. Mackenzie got the ball forward here for the Blues, and that will be out of bounds on the full, so Templestowe will take this kick. 2.5 minutes gone second term. 3-2-20 plays 1-1-7 in favour of the visitors.
So Zukowicz says he's going to take the free kick. And just looking around for options at the moment. Not too much to kick to, but he eventually decides he's going to go long. And mark not taken. Spills away nicely, though, into the hands of Ibziri. Now it's in the hands of number 10 in Hardwick. Goes into the pocket. There's a snap at goal, but the whistle's gone. It was Fasanella. What's he going to pay here?
He's kicked the goal, but it's a free kick against.
It was a terrific effort. He snapped it forward and kicked the goal, but he's been penalised. And that really is a coach killer as the ball goes out wide. But that's, speaking of coach killers...
There's the umpiring decision on that one.
And that's out on the full.
How is that? That's
and I was going to give credit to Jack Harding in the middle there. Even though the ball spilled off his chest, he set that up just by his attack on the footy.
So a few little interesting things happening as Toby Ryan puts it onto the left foot, goes to full forward. There's a couple of big bodies back there, but the mark not taken. Ball spills to ground, and diving on it there was Harrowell. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up, but it's an attacking chance, an opportunity for Templestowe to get themselves a much-needed goal.
Yeah, that's certainly right. Had one there, but taken away from him as they try and get something going forward through Fasanella, who did kick that goal. And chances coming back again. Zukowicz got it off to a teammate, and Harding shot around the corner. That's a great kick, and that's a Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender. Nicely done by Jack Harding. And Templestowe get their second, 2-1-13 to 3-2-20, the Blues.
Well, I told you, he set that one up before. That should have been a goal if the umpire didn't ruin it. So good on him for getting the goal back on their terms.
Yes, it did deserve a goal.
Yeah.
So that's a fantastic finish from Harding. And a good start for the Dockers in this second term, Brett.
Indeed, yep. A bit of poetic justice, the Templestowe supporters will be saying.
Just good smart footy by him in two passages of play just to get in the right position on both times.
So my eyes deceiving me. I think there's a little bit of sun poking through out here as the ball goes into the ruck. It's Mitchell who wins the head out, but once again the Croydon side win the clearance, and that's what we were talking about before. They just don't seem to have any crummers, and there's a free kick being paid here. And it's gone the way of Riley Britton, much to the annoyance of the crowd.
25.
And at 25 metres, so this will make it almost certain. That is an absolute disaster for Templestowe, having just got the goal to get themselves back.
There was a hold on Tippett.
Yeah, it was just a hold around the neck possibly, but yeah, both fighting for it.
So Riley will go forward and kick this one. It's a pretty straightforward kick, but we won't say anything just yet. There he goes and he pops it. I tell you what, he's missed it.
I knew
Lucky
that
you
was...
didn't say anything.
I tell you, I really am becoming the master of the moz.
Yeah, you are. I reckon that's a few times. I knew that. I was about to write it. As soon as you said, I was like, I'll get that one back off.
Don't.
So I reckon if Besto had have said anything, if he had have said anything, he would have kicked it back into the caravan. Is that what you're saying?
Ryan, take it away.
So 3-3-21. The Dockers, it's going to come right back here through the hands of Costantino. 3-3-21 to 2-1-13. Costantino will be probably in range from here if he wants to have a shot. Looks for an option, and that's a smart kick and has Dodd by himself. Poor marking from the Templestowe defence.
Got a man up on those ones. Just too easy for Croydon, especially getting out of jail on that last one.
So well and truly a gettable goal here. Trent Dodd. Probably about 30 out on a slight angle, 25 maybe. He comes in on the lineup. And this time, Dodd salutes with a goal. And Croydon have their fourth, 4-3-27 to the Dockers, 2-1-13. 6.5 minutes played, second term. Benny Getbank scoreboard.
Exceptional goal there for them. And obviously, Besto just kept very quiet on that one. That was a hard kick on that angle.
Much tougher kick than the Britton one, wasn't it?
Yeah, and really nice off the boot there. And that's probably the thing with Croydon. They're just finding those options once they are forward, finding goals that probably they, not necessarily could kick, but are kicking. And Templestowe, on the other hand, missing those easy ones.
Yeah, just...
And
probably
Blake.
poor marking. Sorry, Blake.
Scores around the grounds. Yeah, Roval lead 28-21. Doncaster East 28-19. Blackburn 15-2. That score hasn't changed. Vermont 45 to Neville Park 21.
Not talking about that game. So the goal by Trent Dodd was a good one. It's his 13th of the season, by the way, too, as it's a little bit of pressure on the Croydon side here. Can they get themselves out of trouble? It's a dangerous handball, but they spin out nicely. And they may be able to get it out of trouble. In fact, they do. Handball over the top. Looking for a target in McKenzie. He's got a bit of work to do. Gets a handball over the top. They're sort of just slinging it around, hoping that someone will get their hands on it. On the ground is Pedinella. Josh is going to be happy to force a stoppage. So every time Templestowe score, Croydon seem to strike back. They just can't get... they're getting themselves close, but not quite close enough. Good work by Warren as he hooks it forward. Almost inside 50. Punched away there by Croydon defender. On the ground, and we'll have another stoppage. All sorts of appeals, but nothing doing. So thanks for joining us wherever you might be this afternoon. If you're watching on Facebook and YouTube, and of course 98.1 Radio Eastern, great for you to have your company. As Bo Mitchin has given away a free kick. No, he's got the free kick.
Yeah, that's two in a row. So finally, umpire gave one. He's deserved it.
So free kick going the way of Mitchiner.
So Mitchin inside 50. Looking for a target there, and Griffiths bounce off his hands. Right in front and centre there was Hardwick. And that is a brilliant finish. And the Dockers get one back, 3-1-19 to the Blues, 4-3-27. Hardwick in the right position.
And that was probably Mitchell's goal there because, yeah, like I said, around that ruck contest, Besto, Sparrow's just sort of playing from behind. He just can't get around the big body, and he's trying to wrap around, and it's 2 times he's done it, and he got pinged on that one, and probably throughout the game he'll have to change the way he's going about the ruck contest.
Indeed, yeah, Scotty, good call there. Better time, he's been using his body really well, Mitchiner, and it's been a pain for Templestowe Croydon to have at the moment with Mitchiner. He's using his body really well, and he's gained the ruck contest, and he's giving them first use at this stage.
Yeah, well, there's certainly a big size differential, that's for sure, as Mitchiner gets another hit out, knocked down into the hands there of Warren, and he's taken on the tackle, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up.
And him and Warren are working really well in these last passages of play as well, finding him in every opportunity.
Got a good understanding as they win another clearance, but this time they can't get it out. Taken there by Ebziri. He's been quite prominent too in the first quarter. Umpire says we'll have another ball up. Up it goes. Says Mitchiner again. Just no effort at all. He's going to win about 100,000 hit-outs today if he continues at this rate. Put on the boot of McKenzie. Finds a teammate. And they decide to switch it to the open space. And they do get it out this time. And Liam Sparrow. Nice little kick. This is better from Croydon. Mark taken over there. That's his brother and Callum. Callum goes down the line. Plenty of space on this side of the ground. A little bit of hesitation by Kane Dool. He decides to... he's this way, he's that way. Now he puts it inside 50, but that's not a great kick. And there's plenty of defenders back, although it's still there for Carter. Carter trying to get his hands on it. In fact, he's lost it, and the ball's taken there by Zukowicz and wrapped up just outside the arc. And the umpire to throw it up. Up it goes. Up they fly. Mitchell, look at that. He didn't even jump that time, and that'll be out on the full, I think. And it's going to be a free kick going the way of the Blues.
That was because he was uncontested that time, Besto. But one thing that Callum Sparrow can do is use that pace around the ground. He is beating him at pace for the footy.
Pryor sends it inside 50. Standing underneath that is Bo Mitchiner, who takes it on the second grab. Trailing by 8 points, the Dockers. Short kick in defence. Finds Zukowicz. Wants to play on. Has played on. Now under a bit of a pressure. And was able to get it off in time. Got 2 Blues to beat here, Hardwick. And a free kick being paid over the neck by Dool. So, in fact, it was Mustafa deep in defence who sends it back on this side. They look to switch it. Bo Mitchiner had a bit of work to do. Took the mark on the chest and kicks it just into space. Really to no one in the end. But what a perfect bounce there. Worked out very well. for Templestowe, and a free kick has been paid against.
Yep.
I believe that is a Croydon free kick. So Sparrow right in front of us on the broadcast side.
He slipped over but managed to just hold on to him just for that little bit, just to have enough for the umpire to say hold the ball.
You're right, just enough. The kick towards his brother, tapped off hands. And a free kick here being paid to Templestowe. They've been pretty happy with the whistle.
I think I think that one was there. That was right in front of us, and he erased his arm straight away.
And Toby Ryan here for the Dockers has options to go back or can just go down the line, and he does. It's probably a 1-on-2, and all the Blues with the numbers, and Sparrow will take the instep mark.
So probably a low percentage kick there, and Callum Sparrow with a good mark. Knocks it back to Fraser Smith, who was very good in the first quarter. Such a good player. He just knows his teammates are. Great ball user. Chips it across to his teammate in the back pocket. There's nothing to kick to at the moment, though, Croydon, as they try and look to go forward, taking forever. Now they decide to come back out to this broadcast side. Nice mark taken over there. But it's not going anywhere, just going from one side to the other. That's a better kick. Finds a teammate in Remington. Sorry, not Remington, it's Mortimer. So, little short kick again. Oh, it's been dropped over there for Carrilli. You would have expected him to take that. Won't be happy with that one. And it's been blocked, or smothered, should I say. And it goes out of bounds. Just not too far away from us in the broadcast position. So 8-point lead for Croydon. They lead 4-3-27 to 3-1-19. And we've had 12.5 gone in the second term.
Thank you, Brett. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Big clash, 3v4 in Division 2. Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or our Facebook and YouTube streams. Tap down from Mitchener. Went straight to her teammate who was wrapped up in a tackle. Hardwick caught by Pryor, and we'll get another ball up.
Great run there by Mark Pelosi there through that centre.
Yeah, and there he is again, straight to him. He goes inside 50. Mark almost taken, but did well enough. Got it back to Giovannini, who sends a long kick from the arc, and it is too far right for a minor score. That brings Templestowe to 3-2-20. Trailing Croydon 4-3-27. 13.5 minutes gone. Second term. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Brett.
Just had a bit of time there, didn't he? A little bit of time. Snuffed around the corner there, I reckon.
To Pelosi, really, really good runs. That's what they've got to find and work on.
So you hear one or two people say that ruckmen aren't that important in the game, but I think we're seeing today how important they are, because Mitchener's dominance in the ruck is really quite significant as the ball goes out towards the boundary. Actually, I think Motormouth Brian Taylor might have said that last night, and I sat there and thought, what is he talking about? But nonetheless...
You go question sometimes what he says, mate.
He's got verbal diarrhea as the ball is in the hands of Croydon. They go right across the far side of the ground.
Oh, great mark.
Yeah, great mark taken over there. I'm a big...
and that's when the bloody Cats were winning, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't, yeah, probably. So Giovannini puts it onto the boot, goes long, as it could have been a free kick there, but the umpire says play on, but the danger, it's just bouncing around here. They need to pick this ball up. Croydon eventually they do, but then they've given it away. It's all over the place at the moment. A handball comes back inside. No one wants it. Diving on the ground there, trying to pick it up was Hardwick. No, the umpire says, in fact, it was, no, it's still there. And eventually they're going to get it out, Croydon, but they were a bit lucky because that was all over the place. Mark taken over there in the back pocket, and they'll chip it forward. Dangerous kick, though, but taken nonetheless over there by Ficcarelli. Turns around. Not too much to kick to at the moment, though.
Got Fraser Smith on this side of the box if they can switch it.
So he's not looking this side, though. He decides just to go short. They're making it really hard for themselves, bringing the ball out of defence, but they're lucky on this occasion because they get a free kick.
I think
that's right. They're going to play on straight away. Ficcarelli steaming through the middle of the ground, has the players out, and they've hit up another target here in Sparrow. At half forward, inside 50, bouncing footy's a bad one, and it's going to be cut off here by Zukowicz for the Dockers. Will end up with it, trying to get it off. Couldn't quite kick it as he was tackled. Ficcarelli picks it up, caught by a Docker there in Giovannini, and we'll get a stoppage inside 50 for the Blues.
I think you're right, Besto. That obviously doing those little kicks, but they've got the confidence and they've got the skills. I think efficiency-wise, they're definitely doing much better than Templestowe in those smaller sort of 10-metre, 15-metre kicks.
They are tapping it forward again. They're gaining some ground. Almost didn't have it there. Did Carter, and the ball comes out of defence. Could be an intercept mark. Not quite. Handballing it backwards was Nicholas. They link up again. He'll find the footy. He'll go back to his teammate. And they'll go forward. They're moving the ball nicely here through Ficcarelli. Bouncing footy finds Britton. Britton will send it deep into attack. Dockers have got some numbers underneath it. That's a great mark by Riley Costantino.
Great mark.
And he'll have a chance to put through Croydon's fifth of the day.
Just nice running pressure through by Croydon just to keep Templestowe on the back foot there.
Certainly right, and that's a very impressive mark. It was able to push aside his opponent and hold on to it. And this will be a ball kick.
Just great.
We have a Ringwood Mazda mark of the week.
Just great body work there by Costantino. He's been a very good player for Croydon over the years.
Certainly has. Looking for his first of the afternoon, his first real look at it. Set shot coming in from about 25 metres out, only a slight angle. And he eases it through for Croydon's fifth. He's first of the afternoon, and Croydon moved to 5-3-33 to Templestowe 3-2-20, coming up to 17-minute mark of the second term.
Croydon, just finding those scoring options so much easier than Templestowe at the moment. Like I said, the centre and the ruck clearance, obviously Templestowe's way, but it's just getting that getting it forward, and then Croydon's pressure once they do get it forward is exceptional. They're really locking it down.
More scores around the ground. Surrey Bestow, Rover lead 30 to Baldwin 21. Doncaster East lead 28 to 25 over Berwick. Blackburn lead 15 to 9. That score hasn't changed all day. Vermont lead 50 to Naval Park 27. And South Croydon lead 32 to 7 over Norwood.
So it's going to be an opportunity for Templestowe, but they're just taking a bit too long, and they've lost the ball with Harrowell getting tackled. Umpire said play on, and eventually we'll have a stoppage, I think.
Does tunnelling not exist in this league? I thought he took his legs well and truly out there.
Obviously not. So Mitchener takes it out of the ruck, manages to get one forward, and there's a whistle here. Was there?
No, it was just that he thought it was going to be a mark again.
Thought it was going to be a mark, so he's a bit quick on the whistle there. The ball falls into the hands there of Warren, who snaps it goalward, and it's going to bounce towards the goals. It's a goal, I think. Yep, it's gone through, so there was a bit of hesitation there, but I think it was Josh Warren that got the kick.
It was.
And a good goal from him, so that's his first of the day. And Templestowe just get another one just to keep themselves in touch, but they trail by 7, 5-3-33 to 4-2-26, and we've had, this quarter's gone quick, almost 19 minutes gone in the second quarter.
Yeah, definitely a Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender. Lost the footy and still managed to stay in the contest. And
there's been a few of them.
Yeah, there has. As we get down the boundary, Josh Ward.
Emmy Alexio just came hobbling off the ground, so I'll keep a close eye on that one.
Thanks, Josh Ward. Thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Looking resplendent in his beanie over there.
Right in front of the Templestowe Dockers purple sign on that far wing. Great to be out here at Templestowe Reserve.
First time in a while we've been here. And
yes, and a free kick has been paid towards Templestowe for that 6-6 rule. It'll be going through Mitchener, who'll just send it long into attack, looking for Griffiths. He got a hand to it, punch from behind. Who's going to win out? Giovannini picked it up nicely, handball over the top of his head. Fine Fazzanella right in the pocket, and he manages to keep it in. Smart little kick forward, and we'll get a ball up inside 50.
Just clean hands by Giovanni there.
And how good's Mitchener been, boys, this quarter? He's been huge for the Dockers going forward, just giving them that first use of the ball. And, we've had a few radio games where Mitchener playing, and he's just been dominant every time, boys.
I'll be interested to look at his Premier Data stats on Monday, Blake.
He'll be through the roof.
Ruckman do very well with Premier Data, and he's dominated the hit-out, so we'll certainly in for a big score. Griffiths got the tap down straight away to Warren, who was wrapped up in a tackle.
I just want to give a shout-out to the 200-plus centimetre podcasts. They have a little podcast, so you've got to be over 200 centimetres to be on it.
Anyway, Sparrow tries to clear it out for the Blues. Big tackle laid from Ficcarelli. And here's Dull. Mops it up nicely, gets the handball off, and it goes towards the broadcast side. Not able to take the mark there. And out of bounds, and we'll get a boundary throw in. 20 minutes played in this second term. 26 plays 33, Croydon leading.
So while Mitchener's ruck concepts has been very good, one man that's really benefited has been Warren. He's been very good. He's picked up a number of clearances off. It's almost like those guys are telepathic. He's not there on that occasion. In fact, it's a ball gone out wide. Making Nagel it was who had it. Well, gets out of a tackle. He did pretty well in the end, and he goes into the pocket, but he may have just overcooked it. It's been taken over there in the back pocket, and I think it was out of bounds, was it? No, the umpire's paid the mark. So free kick going, a mark. So Croydon, they need to be sure by foot here as they go straight down the middle, but a good mark taken over there. So Corey McKenzie. Good game this one, just the 7 points in it. We're in time one in the second term. We thought it would be close now. Flying high there, number 60 and Dodd, but he couldn't quite take it. Ball in the hands now of Templestowe, and they managed to get it forward. It was Ebzeri. He's also been pretty good, who was chasing it, but the ball out of bounds. Over there on the far side.
He wasn't happy about that one, Mitchener. He wasn't happy there. That was smart there. Well done by the young fella to do what he did there.
So boundary throw in here. 21 and a half minutes gone second term. Just a 7-point lead towards the Blues. The visitors coming here looking to try and start to lock that double chance spot up at the end of the season. Clearing kick out. Giovannini was able to get front position and tap that over the line. So another boundary thrown right in front of us as we approach half-time out here at Templestowe Reserve. Any more scores around the grounds, Blakey?
No, there's...
Any updates?
I'm just looking at more. Beaconsfield are leading Montrose 37-19. Bayswater lead 33-15.
Bayswater's a big result there. Mirrabooka looking to keep their finals hopes alive. Here's Dull. Did very nicely out of the stoppage. Got it forward looking for Jordan. He's well competed here by Doug Wooten. The handball over the top is cut off by Ficcarelli. Ficcarelli gets the pass off to Cosentino. Bouncing ball in the direction there of a teammate in Sparks. Gets past one, put towards the hot
Great
spot.
kick.
And a mark almost taken. Couldn't quite hold it there, Pettinella. Ball hits the deck. Handball out from Ficcarelli's come alive here. Here's Dull. Handballed out the back. Chance for a shot on goal. Bouncing footy. And it is over the line for a minus score. It bounced into the post.
Templestowe player kicked that into the post.
Kicked it in the post.
So this will be a Rhett Jordan shot on goal right in the pocket. He was quick to claim this one.
Special here. He loves a goal.
He had a very similar one in the first quarter down at the other end of the ground. And this is just bread and butter for him.
Umpire's putting him into the other oval.
So Rhett Jordan for his second of the afternoon, and that's not likely. Just a minor score. So
we needed the
5-4-34 to Templestowe 4-2-26. 23 minutes gone second term. Bendigo Bank scored, Blake.
We needed the angle of the dangle.
Angle a la dangle. Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Brash. I don't know if he's watching it at home today.
He's watching from Mitcham.
There you go. Shout out to you, Brash.
Over at Mitcham.
So one of the most famous comments ever, I think, is the ball is
He
marked
lives
over
in
there.
Mitcham, doesn't he?
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
he does.
I was
No,
thinking the ground.
No, Brash lives. I think he lives around Mitcham area.
He does. Giovannini gets it out wide. We'll be crossing live to his place in a minute. So the ball goes down the line over there, marked or not to marked in the end by Kazakis, and the umpire's paid a free kick though.
I don't think you'll be able to get a hold of him. He's having a kick over the fence with the neighbour down the back.
Oh, that's right. Forgot about that, out wide. So this is good by Templestowe, and they'll look to go inside 50 again, but the kick is not a good one, and it's going to be out on the full, and it'll be a free kick going the way of Croydon. So what are we up to? 24 minutes gone in this term, and we're still none the wiser who's going to win this one. So it feels like a pretty interesting sort of clash. Could go either way.
I think this is the big one too, boys. Mulgrave 60 to the Basin 19. So
not happy times at the Basin, that's for sure. As the ball is bouncing around in the middle of the ground. Good work there by Hardwick. It's there for contest, but it's been picked up again by Croydon, but the umpire says that's going nowhere. And we're going to have a ball up, and we haven't heard from him for a while. So, Josh, are you still awake down there, mate?
Yeah, somehow I am. Emi Alexio back onto the ground, just got a bit of strapping.
Good to hear. It's Mitchner again, another tap down. This time it's Evely who's able to clear this one forward, looking for the skipper, or the coach in Rhett Jordan, who takes mark on the chest. Been lively in the first half. Blues leading by 8 points out here. There's Dave Newlands behind the fence. Blake, watching the game on.
Wow.
A bye for Churnside Park. The senior coach there, Dave Newlands, as they link up again. The Blues, Costantino on the far side. Got past a couple, went backwards. Running into there was Sayers, and he'll earn himself a free kick.
Enjoying his week off.
Just enjoying some local footy, mate. He finds a player in the middle of the ground there in Nicholas, all by himself. And he'll send the Blues into attack. 25 minutes gone second term. Can they get a late one? The kick's not great, but doing very nicely there was Sparrow. Came from behind to take the mark. And he's be kicking from outside the arc if he wants a set shot. He doesn't want to. He knows it might be just on his limit. He's looking around for options, but sees nothing. Still, he's not confident about this one. And standing in the goal square is Bo Mitchener, so he's going to have to be good on this one. It might land right into the direction of Mitchener. And exactly it is, and Mitchener takes the mark.
No, that wasn't mark.
Oh, don't give away a free kick.
Donvale lead 43-32 over Oakley, and the big one, Ferntree Gully 51-6, and Sylvan lead 44-36.
So Mitchell with the kick. How nice is it to see the sun out, boys? Everyone's shading the eyes. It's almost like
what happened? The clouds looked terrible when like last quarter. Now it's blue skies.
Let's hope it stays this way till the end of the game.
I hope so.
Gets it back, tries to find a teammate. It's a dangerous kick coming over the top there. Work with Smith. The ball's been taken at least by Kazakis. He's tackled by one of the Croydon players, and McKenzie. In fact, he's got a free kick, McKenzie. So this will be an opportunity to go back inside 50. Here's the kick. Trying to find a target. He goes into the pocket. Mark not taken. It's bouncing around over there. It's in the hands of Ficcarelli. Gets a handball off to a teammate in Sparrow. And there's another whistle. And this time it's a free kick going the way of Templestowe. Just in the almost in the back pocket, and they'll bring it out of defence.
So instead he'll go back. Finds Mitchiner. And he'll short kick. Finds Giovanini or Nagel in the back pocket. And there's your siren for half time. And it hasn't been the most fascinating contest to say, but it has been close. And Croydon lead at half-time 5-4-34 to Templestowe 4-2-26. Brett Beston has all the major goal kickers from the first half.
So no majors, but it's for Croydon. Goal kickers have been Britton, Constantino, Jordan and Dodd, and also Matsayas as well. And for Templestowe, they have 4 goals, and they've been kicked by Warren, also Ryan, Griffiths and Harding. So interesting contest out here, and we're none the wiser. It's been close, it's been back and forth, and half time out here at Templestowe, it is 5-4-34 in favour of Croydon over the home side 4-2-26. Time for a break, and then we'll come back and look back on the first half in just a moment.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
So welcome back to Templestowe Reserve, and a pretty interesting clash out here in the second division. the big one between Croydon and Templestowe. It is 4th v 3rd. And you just feel that Templestowe would be a little bit unhappy at half-time because they've had the opportunities. They've gone inside forward 50 a number of times, but they just haven't had the efficiency. But 34 playing 26. Joining us on the half-time show, Josh Ward, who's been roaming around the boundary, hoping for the weather to stay away, which it is at the moment. And, of course, also Blake Tennant. Josh, what have you made of the first half?
Well, I feel like it's two very contrasting styles. Obviously, Templestowe have been really good on the turnover, but equally they've been much better on the stoppage with Bo Mitchner absolutely dominating and getting it down to the likes of Josh Warren. All three of their 4 goals actually have come from from stoppages of Templestowe. I think it was at the start of the second quarter where their only goal from turnover was kicked. Whereas you look on the flip side, Croydon's defence, that slingshot from defence, their attacking pressure, it's led to goals off turnovers, and all their goals have come off turnover. 5 goals, 2 in fact off turnover for Croydon. So it's been contrasting styles, and it's been a bit up and down. I feel like Templestowe will be a little bit disappointed heading into this main break down by, it's still only 8 points. So if they have a period of dominance, then maybe they might get on top. But I think they'll feel hard done by.
Yeah, well, it's only just over a kick, but as you say, they really should be in front. Blake, how do you see it?
Well, what I'm saying is Croydon's just got the ball. They're using the ball a bit more. And the thing about with Templestowe, with how it's keeping it in the game, is their midfield. Mitchell is getting a hold pretty well during that whole game, as I've been alluding to. But Croydon have just been using the ball a bit more, Besto. They're lowering their eyes, doing a little bit more with the footy, where I feel like with Templestowe, they're just not finding a forward 50 target. That's what I gather. That first quarter, I think, or second, where Remington had the ball, he had a lot of options on the other side of the 50, but he just found just an open Croydon player. That's just not what you want, is trying to look for a forward 50 target.
Yeah, they've been very good, haven't they, linking up and just lowering the eyes and hitting targets. And as Josh, I think, said, slingshotting off half-back as well. So they certainly look good in that area. So what does Templestowe need to do in the second half to sort of turn things around? They're not that far off the pace, are they?
I think they just need to clean up their delivery inside 50, get it to the likes of Carl G. Vanini, who often threaded at times. Jai Hardwick as well had a goal in that opening half as well. Get it into their hands and get it into decent positions for Bailey Griffiths and Will Wilmington. Yanni Kazakas is also threading inside that forward 50. I think it's just that delivery, Blake.
But maybe what they could do, now this is just what I'm saying, is maybe Mitchell, when he's in the middle, if he wins the hit out first, maybe he just runs to the forward line instead of going into defence, maybe, because then he can bring another option into the forward line.
Yeah.
That's just my point of view, but he's just too good around the ground. He just helps them. He makes them a better team.
I agree, because he's leading the division in intercept marks as well, and I think he's averaging around 2.5 per game for a reason, and he's almost doing like a Max Scorn role, just dropping off into that defensive post rather than going down. I think he should be bringing that more into his game, adding another target, because if you've got him and Bailey Griffiths inside forward 50, it's going to be hard to stop for Croydon.
It's a really good point, because we have seen the ball go inside 50, and he's been back there defending a lot of the time, so maybe a chance to swing the magnets and send them to the other end of the ground. And as you say, if you can bring it to ground, well then, the Smalls might get on the end of it. Blakey, you got some scores?
Yes, I do. Got a big one down here at Baldwin Park. It's the Hawkers leading 32 to Baldwin 21. Shout out to our great friend Ray Baird, who's down there at the moment. Doncaster East, this is a big one, 28 to Berwick 26. So they're hanging in there. The Blues, I think that's what they call them, Josh. You would know.
The Wickers.
The Wickers, sorry.
Wickers.
East Ringwood 16 to 15. Now, I don't know about this game. It can't be a low-scoring game, surely. It's always a high-scoring game down there at Morden Park.
Who will they play? That's
East Ringwood. Blackburn, East Ringwood. Vermont leading 52 to Noble Park 27. Sorry, Besto.
Yeah, well.
And South Croydon are leading 53 to 14 over Norwood in the NAIDOC game down there. It's always a great scenery and to go down and have a look down there. Bayswater, this is probably the biggest one, I reckon, in First Division. Bayswater 4-9, boys, 33 to Rural Black 3-4, 22. Beaconsfield all over Montrose 43 to 19 down there down the coast.
Falling off.
I wouldn't say that, Josh. The Basin...
They fell off last week.
The Basin 25 to Mulgrave 61. That's the only game. Well, we're at this game right now as we're speaking. Domvar, we thought they were in trouble, but I think they're home and home. I think they're home and home. They're 50 over to Oakley District 32. Half-time down here at Fair Park ground, as you alluded to, Josh, on the podcast. They need to get a statue or a grandstand for their great coach down there.
Yeah, I agree.
54 Knox to Fair Park 23. Ferntree Gully at half-time lead 51-6. Sylvan lead 44 to Upper Ferntree Gully 36. Surrey Park lead 66-24. Been a little bit undisciplined there, Josh. Concerning early days, but they should be home and hose as well there. Scoresby lead 47 to Nunawanning 26. Whitehorse 50 to Forest Hill 8. That's really good.
I bet the Oakley District supporters won't be happy with you calling the game so early. I mean, in reality, I'm inclined to agree with you, but it's only 3 goals.
You kind of have to agree just with how Domval's going.
Of course, yeah.
Speaking of
likely.
Speaking of games being called early, Ryan's just given us a little bit of a tidbit that apparently the umpires are stuck in the rooms at the moment. So we may have a delay.
Stuck in the rooms?
Okay. Sorry. The reserves umpires are locked in the room. The seniors umpires.
It's all happening out here at Templestowe Reserve.
So what? The senior umpires they're all good, but the reserve umpires can't get out of the room.
That's kind of so just the senior umpires can't get out to get in the room to do their thing.
Oh, well, they can be here for next week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's...
He's calling us off, his whispers.
With that little bit of tidbit of information, we'll probably wrap up the halftime show. So just quickly, boys, just tips going forward. Who wins from here?
I'm going to go Croydon.
I think at this stage, I'm still sticking with Templestowe. I just think there'll be a period of play where they get on top.
Yeah, and I think Croydon for me too. So thanks for joining us. We'll be back with the second half of this one out here at the Templestowe Reserve. It's 34-26. Croydon over Templestowe. Back shortly.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Templestowe Reserve here for the Eastland match of the round. Templestowe taking on Croydon, a Division 2 3v4 clash, and at half-time it is the Blues 5-4-34 leading Templestowe 4-2-26. And Templestowe just running out onto the field now, ready to get started for this second half of action. A lot to play for with the double chance well and truly in the minds of both sides heading into the final 5 rounds of the season.
They were quite late coming back, weren't they, Templestowe?
They were, and they...
either that or Croydon were early, one of the two.
Well, potentially locked in their rooms as well, as we heard at halftime. The umpires from the reserves game couldn't get out. They only just got out, climbing through windows.
Goodness gracious.
But it's great to be back for the second half action. Brett Besson, take us into the second half.
Thanks. So as we get the OH&S team out here to check out the locks, I think, as the ball goes into the contest, and it's hurried forward. So the first chance goes the way of Templestowe. A little handball over the top. Bit of pressure on Fraser Smith back there, but he can't get it. It's been pulled in on the ground. Now it comes out. Fraser Smith now gets his hands on the ball, but he's wrapped up by two Templestowe players. And an early opportunity for the Dockers. They could do with the first goal, even though it's only 8 points. They just want to stay in touch. So the umpire to throw it up. Up it goes. Won that time by Griffith. It's might have been a throw, but called by Scotty as the snap for goal, but it's off target and it goes through for a point. So Templestowe get the first score of the second term. Margin is back to 7, but it's Croydon in front 5-4-34 to 4-3-27, and we're just only up to a minute in this third term.
Well, I thought Besto, since we were missing umpire Blake, I better call that one. I thought it was a throw.
It did look like
but
it, yeah.
Anyway, they continued to call play on.
That's right, as the ball comes out. Ryan's first one to grab it, wrapped up in the tackle.
Also, might I say, like in that forward line, it looks like a soft 7 underfoot there, and amazing.
Tap down there from Mitch, got the handball off, and they look to go forward again. Here's Giovanni, went the don't argue, but he's caught
Gonski.
And holding the ball there, well tackled by Nicholas, and he'll earn himself a free kick, and it's almost got to be 25 because he was just laying on that to just get his fellow teammates set up before Nicholas took the kick, and that's a poor one. That's straight down the throat of Schwarzer, who is in range for the first goal of the second half.
Exceptional delivery of food down here. Shout out to Templestowe.
Right,
I saw the
Schwarzer just turns it over right back to Smith, Scotty.
I was going to say, you need to save your credit card. Didn't need to go down that purchase, which you did. Well done. Money into the club.
So comedy of errors as the ball is in the hands of Christie over there on that far side, and Christie goes in and dives on it again, but there was a whistle from the umpire.
Love to look after our club, Scotty.
Going the free kick going the way of the Blues. They go down the line on that far side. Nice mark taken over there. So first goal on this term will be quite important. They go down the line. That's a nice mark taken over there too by Spurrell of the Liam variety. Puts it onto the boot. Tries to go down the line, but it's not going to be marked. Taken over there. It was Constantino was there, but he was beaten to the footy and knocked out of bounds over there on the far side. So it's going to be a throw in. So reasonable conditions out here. There was a bit of rain forecast, but nothing to see at the moment. Not a lot of wind either in the grounds, in reasonably good condition. You can see it's been a little bit choppy in places, and it's a bit slippery down on that far end there, just in the back pocket. But apart from that, it's been pretty good as the ball goes in. Riley Britton gets it out. A little knock on there, and a bit of a hospital pass in the end. Bouncing around.
Boundary.
Riley's got it again, and he takes it across the boundary line as we go down to Josh Ward in the boundary.
Well, I reckon most of the far side, it is pretty chopped up at the moment, particularly on centre wing, and as you mentioned, Besto, in that far side forward pocket for Croydon.
Yeah, thanks Josh Ward. Thanks to Tom Brothers Funerals on the boundary this afternoon for the big clash. Boundary throw in. Britton out of the ruck. Got the handball forward. Cut off there by Doug Wooden. Sees it out of bounds. Oh, it's actually kept in. Well done. And now it's out. And we'll get a boundary thrown.
I was going to say, don't expect too many social comments. The special comments are at the moment. The pie, delicious.
No,
well done.
Enjoying the hospitality here at Templestowe Reserve. Thanks for having us this afternoon.
Yes, we'll be going completely quiet for the next 5 minutes while we finish.
Well, I finished my burger, so I'll take over as Giovannini looks to clear it out of defence. could come right back this way. It's cut off there by the Blues at their half-forward line. And a free kick's been paid again. So another free kick, and this time Jake Christie will be the benefit. Actually, 25-metre penalty.
So there's been a few of those today. It's probably about the third one, maybe.
And we haven't got our special comments guys available to work out why that was a 25-metre penalty.
I think it was...
Definitely wasn't for food service. Well done.
No, someone just said something. I heard on the FX mic. If you
okay, back to your food as Christie lines up here for the Blues and puts it through for the first of the second half. And they extend the lead to 13 points.
Boundary.
5-4, 6-4, 40 to Templestowe 4-3, 27, coming up to the 5-minute mark of this third term. Let's go down the boundary. Josh Ward.
Well, I mentioned at the halftime break that they're two very contrasting styles. Croydon, that's all 6 of their goals have now come from turnover. Templestowe, 3 of their 4 goals have come from stoppage.
So very nice stat there, Josh. I like it.
Those of us down the other end of the van aren't getting any food at all, so that's all right. We'll just sit
that's
here.
A cue.
No, we were passing the plate.
Lunch.
He couldn't see it because it wasn't on the screen, so it came from the left. He wasn't aware of it, so he's looking to the right.
That's my blind side. As the ball goes out, Mitchell gets the head out. Ficcarelli was in there. He goes in and gets it. Great second effort by Ficcarelli. Gets the handball off to a teammate in Sparrow. Now it's out towards the boundary. Trying to get his hands on it there was Zukowicz. Did pretty well in the end. Gets it forward. Up they fly. Mark not taken. And Templestowe going to go inside 50 again. Hooked forward, but Fraser Smith is there. Well, he does well. He evades. Everything he does is just so classy, Fraser Smith. As the ball goes, it comes to ground. Templestowe. Opportunity with Rugia Vanini. And they'll go in again here. Little handball across to a teammate in Pozzoli. This is good. Toby Ryan across the half-back line. As the sun pokes its head through again, there's Toby going to find a teammate over there on the far side. Gave his teammate a bit to do, but it's Nagel who does pretty well. There's the slippery ground that we're talking about, and they've turned it over here. Croydon to come forward, probably a bit unlucky there as Britton gets a handball off, but a big tackle comes in. The umpire says play on as the ball spills out, and it's on the ground there. Diving on it was Sparks, and the umpire said we will have a ball up. So interesting game still, 6 minutes gone, and the margin is just out to 13 points, but you feel that Templestowe are just close enough if they're good enough, as the saying goes.
It's one of those funny games. It's been a low-scoring game, so 13 points maybe does feel like a little bit more than what it really is, but they're right and truly in this. Just haven't made most of their forward 50 entries. The Dockers, Mitchner again, who's been dominant in the ruck, got the tap down. It's going nowhere, so we'll get another ball up. 6.5 minutes gone, third term. Blues leading 6-4, 40. Templestowe 4-3, 27. Mitchner down again with the tap out. McKenzie was there first. Went backwards, and they go forward now through Corey McKenzie. Rhett Jordan tackled here by Doug Wooten. And we'll get a ball up inside 50 here for the Blues. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Radio Eastland 98.1 FM or our Facebook and YouTube streams. Mitchin again with the tap down, and they look to link forward. Pelosi, and now Nagel towards centre half forward. It's cut off by Fraser Smith once again. The captain goes forward, bouncing footy, did very nicely there, and wrapped up in a tackle. I'd say is caught, and well done by Jack Harding, who can take this ball in defence.
So good work by Harding. Matsayas just caught in position there, and that's not a great kick though. Warren, he might be able to make something of it. Under a fair bit of pressure, and in the end he's taken in a tackle. Didn't do him a lot of favours there.
Bourne and Roval all tied up at the moment, 33 apiece.
Goodness me, big one. So Mitchell is who gets the tap down, finds a teammate as it's been spilled away though. McKenzie puts it onto the boot. This is all a really untidy piece of play, but now Temple's taking a chance to go through the middle of the ground. There's the kick forward to a one-on-one. It bounces awkwardly. And in fact, it's gone right out of bounds, almost cleaned up a couple of birds over there too on the far side.
No, it was Fraser Smith with the fist there to get it pushed over that far side. He has to be starring in the votes so far again.
Just terrific, isn't he? Everything he does, as we said, is just total class. Every side wants a Fraser Smith down in their back line as the umpire gets set to throw it in again, eventually. So finally it goes in, ball on the ground. Croydon, can they get hands on it here? They can, but they've turned it over. This is dangerous, little snap off Pelosi towards the goal square. And the mark's been taken back there, so they're okay as Everly takes it and Croydon to get out of jail.
Yes, that's right, and they find Stool. takes the mark just right on the boundary, Scott.
No, I was just going to say, back to your point, Ryan, about the score. Both these sides just don't really score that big throughout the season. I think Templestowe's only scored over 100 once, and otherwise it sort of sits around that sort of 60 to 80 mark for both sides.
I've seen a lot of scores like that too, Scotty, about Croydon and Templestowe. So you're on the money there, Scotty.
Probably a 10 or 11 goal game might be enough to get across the line this afternoon. Going forward here was Carter. Running onto this with Jordan. Read it well. Got the handball over towards Duel. Slipped over at the wrong time. And he's caught in a tackle here by Zukovic. And ping for holding the ball. So Zukovic on that far side earns himself a free kick.
It was right in front of Josh Ward. Was that a free kick, Josh, do you think?
It could have been a high free kick, as Michener takes a pretty decent mark. It could have been a high free kick, but yeah, I think Dool just slipped at the wrong moment and might have come down to the surface.
Well, Michener's kick's a poor one. It's a turnover right in the hands of Matt McKenzie, who just sends it as far as he can towards the forward 50. Running onto this is Sparks. Picks it up now. Got a couple of Dockers to compete with. Pass it off to a teammate who goes inbound looking for a teammate there, Mutsasaz. And wraps him opponent in Giovannini up in a tackle.
Do we feel with my comments at half time, Besto and the others can comment as well, do we feel like we need to see a bit more Michener, maybe a bit up forward, do you reckon? He's got a good marking ability. Do you feel like
I'd like to see it. I wouldn't mind seeing it at all.
He's been too defensive, I feel like. When he's in the ruck, he's been going into defence, boys. I feel like he just needs to maybe go into forward line just a bit, help the forwards out.
Yeah, I think something that Nick Batsanis might have to look at eventually, but at the moment he hasn't pulled the trigger. So Ficarelli, he's taken on the tackle, and I think he's gone.
Problem is, he's just so dominant in the ruck. You take him out of one spot.
Yeah, then you lose that clearance around. Yeah. It's keeping them in the game, that ruck. So I know what you're saying, Blake, and they probably need just that another big target.
But he's been dropping forward when he hasn't been dropping back when he hasn't been rucking. So
that's what I mean. Yeah.
Like he's saying, he could go forward instead of going back. I think that's which is a fair point. There he is again, the big fella. And what's the umpire going to pay here?
A mark.
It's a mark. All right. Didn't see what
boundary.
Didn't look like a mark. Josh Ward, it's right in front of you. What happened over there?
It's a boundary throw-in, in fact, which is literally right in front of me.
Well, the umpire did this one, so I thought it was a mark. So
umpire to throw it in.
I'm wrong there, boys.
5-time premiership umpire.
And I don't think Josh can see his hand signals.
But so ball on the ground over there. It's a Sparrow who dives on it, but now it comes out. Bouncing around. Brett Jordan almost took the mark, but he couldn't do. But they'll get it out Croydon. They go just down the boundary line. Look at the bounce on that one. It must be quite firm in that part of the ground. As it goes inside 50, dangerous, and eventually they'll get it out. They're just happy to see it over. And it'll be a point, so one more to the score. And the current score, we've had 11 minutes gone in this third term. 6-5-41 plays 4-3-27. Benny go back to scoreboard, and it's the Croydon side who have got their noses in front.
Scott, it must be very slippery down there. There was another player who slipped right in front of goal, Jake Christie.
The soft seven's turning to a heavy 9, I'd say.
Yeah, that's right.
As it gets on.
As they clear this one out.
Down at the Templestowe race track, I guess.
Remington.
You'd want to have long studs today in the boots.
Remington goes backwards. Player all by himself there. And finds a target in the back pocket.
Yeah, you can see once they're trying to, like if a player goes to switch back, they're really slipping underfoot. So you have to be clean with your kicks and your decision making as well.
McClellan does well, finds footy again and finds a target in Remington. Back to where we started. Got a player running if he wanted to use him. Chose to ignore Zukovic and...
Do you reckon they call Remington Razor? Didn't they used to be Remington Razors?
I don't know. That's...
Back in the day?
Yeah, it's probably a bit too old.
Just before my time.
Yeah, going back a few years, Brett. Back in the middle is Giovannini. Got it off to his brother and Carl. The kick forward was smothered. Not really going anywhere. Nicholas cut it off. Got the handball towards Matt McKenzie. Links up nicely and they go inside 50 through Pettinella. Looking for a target and running out of nowhere was Sparks. Looked like it was all set up for Alexio, but... Sparks comes in to take some mark.
Just quickly, Besto, with that comment, was your first car a horse? Or is
back in what?
A Mustang.
A Mustang.
A Mustang.
The Mustang.
with 4 legs.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it, old Mustang boys.
I've climbed out of my sick bed to be here, and I'm still copping it.
Welcome back.
Well, speaking of the Mustangs, 24-35, Bayswater leading.
Oh, jeez.
That's a disappointing result so far from Roebuck as Luke Sparks comes in to extend this lead out to 20 points. Might be a game high, and the kick is good. Croydon have 2 in the third quarter. Sparks has his first, and they extend that lead 7-5-47 to 4-3-27.
Did he actually fall over after he kicked this?
We'll have a look on the Eastland replay.
Oh, no. Sorry, he leant back a little bit further.
Slipped, yeah, just as he kicked it.
Just the ground. He was probably going to slip, and he just caught himself, not by deliberate action.
Any more scores around the grounds, BT?
Yeah, Beaconsfield lead 50 to Montrose 19. So, yes,
boundary.
Dangerous times.
We have to keep bringing it up
Josh,
fast here.
Josh, we know what you're going to comment about, but anyway.
I'm actually not going to comment about that game. I reckon that mark from Sparks, so it was probably the first time that no one had slipped over there in this contest.
So Templestowe have got it. They really need the next one, you'd think. This is a game-high lead. Look at that ball just pitch and stop. It's almost like a sandwich as the ball is in the hands of Croydon, but they're under a bit of pressure, but they get it out nicely. Good work by Carter it was. Now the ball's in the contest. Ball bouncing around over there, trying to pick it up was Nicholas. Well, big tackle on him as the ball is going to be wrapped up over there.
Got some more scores, boys. Roeville now hit the front, 45-34 over Baldwin. Doncaster East, 48 to the Wickers, 32. East Ringwood, 36 over Blackburn, 21. And this is a big one. Vermont, 82 to Naval Park, 45. That's in Premier for you.
No more scores from that game, please.
Just more from Home Park, please.
We're good, mate.
Boundary.
Down the boundary with Josh Ward.
Maybe more from Surrey Park.
Yeah, how's Surrey going?
I don't know.
They're in Division 3. So
Mackenzie, it was he burst through the middle, but he went without it. Now it's in the hands there of Abzeri. Gets it forward as the sun once again pokes its head through. Good work there by Smith. He's under a bit of pressure. Gets it. Now Smith's got it. Sorry, he gets a little kick forward. Good mark taken over there too by Pryor. So good composure at the back again by Croydon. They're starting to get on top, you feel, in this game. That margin out to a game-high 20 points, and they go forward again. Long kick forward, and terrific work by Constantino, and he'll pop that through. That's a great
He's
grab.
a star.
That's fantastic stuff. He almost took it with one hand. We'll watch the replay as the ball goes inside 50. It wasn't easy. Let's watch the replay, and there it goes, and you can see he's holding his man off, and then with the other hand sticks it out in the big Duke. That's a great goal. It really is.
Sorry, Scotty. Besto, we alluded to this in half-time. Just the way Croydon's ball usage is at the moment. They are just doing what they're doing at the moment, which is really good by a Croydon point of view, isn't it?
Boundary.
Exactly what we've been talking about.
Boundary side, Josh Ward.
And I think it's been led by Fraser Smith as well. It's often him in that first quarter especially, and in this third quarter, he's often the one that's kick-started the attacks.
It's just that run around the ground. You can now see it in their legs, that run through by Jake Christie through the middle, basically set up that goal for them.
Absolutely.
And Josh, since you talked, your boys, Surrey Park 71 to Coldstream 42.
Thanks there, Blake, as Croydon go inside 50 once again. They're linking up again and then finds a target there in Christie. Christie has a bit of time and space and can nail it for the Blues. Goal number 9. And they move to 9-5-59 to Templestowe 4-3-27. 17 minutes gone third term. And suddenly that margin now out to a 32-point lead. And when Templestowe have only kicked 4 goals to the game, it makes it very difficult.
So not just that run through the middle, though. Ryan, he can find it up forward and score himself, which is a nice little purple patch for him. We haven't sort of caught him a lot, but at the moment he's hitting it hard. I think also Croydon's hands just have turned on in this third quarter a lot cleaner, finding that spare even around the close contest.
Absolutely.
So you feel this has happened really quickly because it just not that long ago it was quite a close game, and suddenly just a little burst from Croydon. They're up by 32 points, and they'll be hard to stop from here.
Just got some third division scores. Dunvale 58 to Oakley District 38. They're hanging in there. I did say the game was over, but they're hanging in there. And Fairtree Gully 74 to Warrandyte 6.
So it goes without saying that Templestowe need the next one to get themselves back in this game. They've been good for so long, but maybe Croydon starting to just get themselves into the box seat. But a bit of pushing and shoving over there now. Some frustration from the Templestowe players understandable, I guess, as they just sense this game slipping away from them. What's the umpire going to do here? He's going to throw it up. I think eventually just giving a bit of a chat and says, telling the boys to settle down. Up they go. Mitchener wins another hit out. But it may be all in vain at the way it's going at the moment. Now they ball on the grounds. Over there on the far side, and there's a whistle. It'll be a free kick. Holding the ball. All right, so it goes the way of Templestowe. And they'll have a chance to go forward to get something happening. So 32-point lead as they go down the line. Over there on the far side is the big man Mitchener. He's tried his heart out today, but as I say, it looks like it might be in vain at the moment. And he's turned it over, so Croydon to come forward again. Just making too many mistakes. Long kick forward, but there's no one there bouncing around. Trying to get hands on it there. It sits nicely as well. Here's an opportunity for, is that Ficcarelli? I couldn't quite say it's a goal. It was a brilliant goal by Ficcarelli. Just an opportunist goal on the ground, and he's picked it up. Let's watch the replay. It was there in the contest, and you can see Ficcarelli was almost held. In fact, it was the other player that was held, and Ficcarelli just came in and picked it up and said, let's just get on with this, and slams it through for a goal.
Back to what I was saying before, boys. They definitely have to move him up forward. He's done 2 turnovers now, boys, exactly at the same spot. Mitchener, he's marked the ball, done really good, but his kicking has just been atrocious. I'm sorry. You know,
Blake, but if you move him up forward, they're getting... they're not getting any forward 50 entries this quarter, so I think he's wasted up forward if you move in there.
The horse might have bolted on that one.
Might have to move maybe a few different magnets.
I do agree that they do need to move some magnets around, but I just don't think at the moment him going forward would be the answer.
And I think his kicking throughout most of the match has been good. He's just had a few clangers in the last little bit, but which may be fatigue. But yeah,
boundary.
There we go, boundary side with Josh Hort.
I reckon throw Bailey Griffiths into ruck. He has played ruck in the Sandfall in recent history, and I think he was a ruck for Wodonga in the Ovens and Murray League last year. So, and that might free up Mitchener to get inside 50.
I just wouldn't change Mitchener. He's just been so dominant in the hit-outs. As Croydon go forward again through Nicholas. Nicholas sends the ball into a one-on-one contest. Doing well there was Giovannini of the Ryan variety, but couldn't claim the mark. As we're going to get a stoppage here because that ball's not coming out.
Got some more scores, Mike. Still in 3rd division as well. I think Sylvan 64-49 over Upper Gully. Not much scores happening.
Big fly from Dodd who takes the mark. A Ringwood Mazda Mark of the Week contender.
Sorry, boys.
As Dodd will have a chance to put through Croydon's 11th. Blake, your score?
And I've got Whitehorse 89 to Forest Hill 30.
Jeez.
This hasn't been the year of Forest Hill this year.
It certainly hasn't.
No. Trent Dodd well and truly in range to kick another. Kicked one in the first term and got him started. And this kick on the second term, in fact, it was. They've been on top in this contest. He'll be kicking from about 45 metres out. Good-looking kick. And that's a beautiful kick from Trent Dodd. And the Blues are almost home now, 11-5-71 to 4-3-27, 21 coming out to 22 minutes gone third term Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's been a real impressive 10 to 15 minutes here from the Blues, just opening it up out of nowhere, really.
They've come out firing, and Dodd, he's been very good around the contest. He's sort of kept his man and taken the contest on hard. Good, well-deserved goal, and that's second for the day.
I reckon he's a decent shot for Tobin Brothers' goal of the day because he had one in the second term that was pretty good, and that one probably to add to it as well.
There's been a few of those goal of the days today, boys, so we've been very fortunate. It's going to be a very tricky at the end of the game, I reckon, today, boys.
So Giovannini takes possession of the football. That's Carl, but the umpire says can't clear it, so we'll throw it up. Mitchener again in the ruck as the ball is there for the contest. Trying to get hands on it over there. A bit of a Hail Mary, and they've turned this one over again. The pressure really coming from Croydon. They're forcing the turnovers, making it really hard. Chasing back there is Harding, but he's not going to be able to get it. Ball in the hands there for a moment of... In fact, it's out of bounds over there on the far side. And what's the umpire? He's paid a free kick. He's paid deliberate. That's the second deliberate of the day.
You don't really get that many deliberates in the EFNL.
Not on that one. It hit the ground and just went diagonal left.
I think that's twice as many as the whole season as Pelosi gets the kick out of half-back. We just don't see them. And coming across in a big spoil coming in there. As I think it's, can't see who that was, but it's gone out of bounds. And we'll have another,
I think.
Yeah, it was Pryor.
It was Pryor. So we'll have a throw-in.
So 71 plays 27, Croydon leading 23.5 minutes gone, third term.
The Hawks all over board at the moment, boys, 64-41.
So very interesting result there. That will put potentially East Ringwood into top position. Roval might equal points with them. I've got to look at the percentages there. We'll do a bit of calculations later.
Well, sorry, speaking of East Ringwood, they're up 36-21.
Thank you there. Who are they playing?
Blackburn, sorry.
Thank you. As Mackenzie goes forward, Doug Wooten in front position, almost beaten by Jordan out the back. Templestowe got to mop this up quickly. Nagel is able to clear this one out. Christie's going to get there for the Blues, or the boundary line might beat him. Manages to keep it in. His kick was smothered, and out of bounds it goes. And well pressured there from Marcus Pilot.
Speaking of ladder predicting as well, I think if South Croydon, which they are winning at the moment, with Blackburn and Vermont losing, Vermont's winning, South Croydon will go into the 5, Blackburn will go to 6.
Constant moving around.
Yeah. Well, Vermont are all over Naval Park at the moment. So
We're not talking about that game anymore.
Sorry, Best.
That's big for the ladder. Big for the bigger picture.
So socket off the ground over there by Mackenzie towards the boundary. Picked up over there nicely by Dodd. As we mentioned before, a couple of goal of the day contenders, and the ball is out of bounds in the pocket. So hard to see Templestowe getting back into this one now. They were in the game for so long, but Croydon have just put the hammer down in this third quarter. We talk about the premiership quarter, and so it's been 71-27. As the umpire throws it on, I think most of us were pretty confident on Croydon, but I think there was one lone Templestowe predictor. Was that you, Josh Ward?
That was Josh Ward. Point him out.
Yeah, that might be the only time I tip against the Blues for this season.
Well, that's a big call.
It wasn't unthinkable, but you just sort of felt that Croydon were going to get it done today, which looks like being the case.
I'm not talking about the Croydon Blues. I'm talking about the other Blues in the AFL.
Cut him off, Lee. Cut him off.
We gave you a window. We wanted to talk to you over there.
He's excited for his favourite player, probably Patrick Cribb's 200th game today,
Josh
boys.
is just a sucker for the hometown advantage, I reckon.
Well, he is out in the field, so I can understand.
So Mitchell gets the head out. That might be a high shot. I'll just wait for the umpire's decision. It's a free kick going the way of Warren. So he's also been very good, but looks like his game's going to be in vain as well. So Warren looks down the line to find a target. Good mark taken over there. So Templestowe with an opportunity to come inside 50. Just taking a bit too long. They need to speed the game up. As the ball is sent long. Mitchin is over there on the far. It wasn't mature. It was taken on the ground there by one of the other Templestowe players and thrown into the ground.
Just got some third division scores. Ferntree Gully 80 to Warrandyte 6. Donvale leading 64-50. Sylvan, I think they're winners now, 70-49 over Upper Gully. And Surrey Park, while Coltrane are coming 51.
I'm going to cut you off here. Croydon go right down the corridor and finds Costantino, who sprays it out of bounds on the full, so no score.
I think you could hear the Surrey scores about to be read out, and he's just lost all concentration in that kick.
Surrey Park 73 to Coltrane 51. The Cougars are coming slowly. Slowly.
It's not too bad from a Coltrane perspective with the amount of outs they've got. That's a very dangerous kick, but doing enough is Pelosi, who kicks it out wide. Mark not taken there by Ryan Jeevan, and he pushed off the side by Dodd. And we'll get a boundary throw in.
Just saying before about him, like just that pressure, just that sort of second, even if he's not involved in it, just that chase, that run. It's been most of today for him. So I think also he would look to be in my votes.
Yeah, he might feature in a couple of people's votes today. Mitchin out of ruck again. Nagel got the kick forward, bouncing ball, big tackle laid. And we'll get a ball up inside 50 again for the Blues. 27 minutes gone.
And talking the votes, I think Fraser Smith started off, like house on fire because it was a close contest, and he needs to be thought about, but it just hasn't gone down there enough to sort of see.
That's right. As Mackenzie got it off to Matt Mackenzie. Dodd, handball backwards. Nicholas links up again. Carter caught, that's holding the ball.
Throw.
It'll be a free kick here towards Templestowe. And play, I missed that.
There's the slip.
He slipped over again. Toby Ryan now. And will be a ball up. I looked down for a second and he was gone.
Is that the fourth we've had today in siren?
Well, there is the siren. There's been a few this afternoon, and what a big third term from the Croydon Football Club. They now move to 11-5-71, leading Templestowe 4-3-27. Brett Beston with the goal kickers in that term.
So Christie's got a couple now, as has Constantino, and Dodd also a couple of contenders for goal of the day and 2 goals for him. Sparks, Britton and Ficcarelli all with 1. And also Jordan's got a goal as well. And for Templestowe, it's going to be a long way back. Warren has 1, Hardwick has 1, Griffith and Harding. It was it was Croydon's quarter, and they really have kicked away now to make this game just about unassailable. But stranger things have happened. 3-quarter time, 11-5-71, leading 4-3-27 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We'll take a break and come back with the last quarter next.
As Sarah opened her best invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Templestowe Reserve. 3-quarter time out here in the Eastland match of the round, and it is Croydon leading 11-5-71 to Templestowe 4-3-27. A big third quarter from the Blues set themselves up for a win out here on the road and would almost just about lock themselves up for a double chance. They've still got some work to do in the back end of the season with 4 or 5 more games to play, but they'll be 2 games clear of Templestowe after this result, unless the unthinkable happens and Templestowe can pile on 8 goals and keep Croydon goalless. I think otherwise Croydon are going to walk away with a very handy victory. Blake Tennant, who's been in the score centre this afternoon, giving us all the updates around the grounds. Any updates to have a look at?
Boundary.
We'll wait on that. We'll go down the boundary. Josh Ward.
I've got Croydon assistant coach Corey alongside me. Must be really happy with that third quarter.
Yeah, I thought we worked pretty hard and reward for effort.
What's the message from heading into this final quarter?
Just keep working hard. The harder we work, we obviously had a bit of a lapse last time in the last quarter, so it's just about work rate and just keeping on top of all those little 1%ers.
Thanks, Corey.
Hey, Josh, while you're at it, can you ask if Aaron Jennings why he didn't want to? Can you ask Corey why Aaron Jennings didn't want to come on the broadcast?
Beg your pardon?
Ask Corey why Aaron Jennings didn't want to come on.
I'll ask him.
All right.
He's already gone.
Blake, back to the scores.
Bayswater lead 36-25 over Mooroolbark. Beaconsfield lead Montrose 51-26. That game was over, unfortunately. Baldwin lead 53 to Rowville 65. Berwick 45. Yep.
Well, he has a nice message for you, Blake, Aaron. He told you to piss off.
I played a lot of cricket with Aaron. That's typical Aaron.
Does he live over the back fence as well?
So last quarter to get
Only
underway.
for the summer.
Apologies for the language as the ball goes up. Mitchener again, or it might have been Britton who got the tap down. Ryan gets a little handball out the back. It's the last chance saloon here for the Templestowe side, and that's gone. Umpire says they will play on. Dahl gets a handball back, but he gave it to a team that has under a fair bit of pressure. Now the ball goes into the pocket. Ficcarelli's chasing. Coming over the top, taking the mark. Is that Constantino? Just can't turn around, my friend. It is. It's Constantino who's taking the mark in the pocket. So they start like they went on in the third quarter, Croydon. This will test him, though. It's a tough kick. This will be not an early contender, but it'll definitely be a contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day if he nails this. Here he comes. He's right up against the boundary, but he decides in the end. In fact, I'll tell you what. Oh, it was close.
Close.
Very close. And in the end, it's just gone through for a point. Hit the post, I think, did it?
Yeah, it did.
But it was a great effort. Fantastic effort. So one more to the score. 72 plays 27. First minute of the last term.
Nagel looks to clear it out and finds Mitchener, who passes it off to a teammate running past, and they'll just go down the wing. No real ball to be won here.
Yep, that was there.
Free kick.
That was there, boys.
Schwartz up. Push in the back. His short kick just reaches his target there, but he's called to play on. And here's Ryan. Toby Ryan tries to break through a couple of tackles. Gets past a couple, but turns over on the handball. McKenzie picks it up here for the Blues and will just go right where it came from, looking for Rhett Jordan. Bouncing footy. It was pretty hard for him to handle. And Kazakis takes it as Jordan wraps him up in the tackle inside 50 here for the Blues.
We've got a close game down here, boys, down at Moreton Park. East Ringwood just kicked a goal as well. Just refresh my screen. East Ringwood 42 to Blackburn 35. Vermont lead 90 to 46.
McKenzie inside 50. Ficcarelli almost took the mark right. Tucked away in that pocket. But we'll get another ball up. 2 minutes gone. Final term. Croydon leads 72 to Templestowe 27.
So up it goes. Oh, a big push there from Mitchener. Probably should have been a free kick to Croydon, but the umpire says no. Nothing doing. Nagel puts it onto the right boot, goes out wide. Up they fly. It was Britton who knocks it down to a teammate in Pittinelli, but it's going to be a free kick going the way of Croydon. Sorry, to Templestowe, should I say. So here they come. Just go forward down the line, and they've managed to hit a target as well. Taken that there was Hardwick. So starts to go and then just hesitates. They've just got to throw caution to the wind now as they go down the line. A big fly there, but the ball spills away as a little kick goes forward, but it's been turned over again. Good work there by Carter, but he's drawn a high tackle, has he?
No,
yes, in fact, incorrect disposal. So free kick goes the way of Templestowe. And there's a bit of how's your father going on over there, but the umpire's just going to say, just settle down, boys. Carter it is, bit of jumper pulling. And eventually
mouth guard.
Eventually we'll get a free kick, no yellow cards, which is good. Now the ball out to Abzeri as they send it long. Flying high over the top there was Wooten as the ball goes. A little snap off the boot there from Fasanella, and I think he's kicked it. He has. A pretty decent effort, that, as the ball just spilled away.
Crowd goes wild.
Very much a consolation, but still it was a good goal nonetheless. The crowd erupts, as Lee says. So 72 to 33, and we've had 3.5 gone, but still a nice goal from Fasanella and something for Templestowe to take out of this game.
Well, what's your famous saying? All good comebacks start somewhere?
Yeah, all good comebacks have got to start somewhere. But
We've missed that best, though.
This one's not starting anywhere, I tell you.
One of my favourite quotes of yours.
It's a goal, so that's something that is better than a behind.
Got a close game down here at Bayswater Oval. The Waters 36 to Mooroolbark 32.
Ooh, the Waters are going to blow it, I think.
And a free kick here being paid out of the ruck. In fact, it will go to Carl Giovannini for the Dockers. Got nothing ahead of him, so takes his time before he sends the ball forward. Looking for a teammate in front position. Punch from behind by Sparrow. Picked up by Pryor. Pryor goes towards a teammate in the middle there. McKenzie picked up now by Ryan. Going forward in front of that man who just kicked the last one, Fasanella, who shows the ball that goes out of bounds.
He's not happy.
And we're going to get a boundary throw in.
That one's worth another look, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, he kicked out the boot, but... Yeah, see there.
Oh,
Yeah,
he did too.
Yeah. So
he was out of play at that stage, so...
A boundary throw in. Forward half for the Dockers. Here's Warren, got the handball over the top to Giovannini. Put towards top of the square. On the pocket, in fact. And Evely drops that mark out of bounds.
Fasadella's lucky he's not playing in the AFL. He'd probably be fined for that, I'd say. nothing hugely, but he'd probably get like some sort of misconduct fine or something. Be a bit lighter in the pocket. So the umpire to throw it in. Bit of wrestling and carrying on. Eventually it goes in. It's been knocked down back into the contest again. That might be Fasanella with the ball again, I think. It is. And the umpire says we'll ball it up.
It is one of the quieter grounds we've come to. I have to say that. Not just for the score, but throughout the whole day. It's been very, very chilled out here.
Yeah, not a lot of people here. It's a bit of it's like a piggyback ride.
You're riding him like sea biscuit then.
Let's go to Josh Ward on the boundary.
Well, most of the people there in the car's pretty much sitting behind me.
Okay. The high def version just sitting in there.
The old car beats as Griffith gets it forward and the mark's been taken. So this will be a goal for Templestowe. 100%. They can't miss from here.
Don't do this again.
Quick. Harrow will please kick it. And yes, he's got it. He's got it this time. I do have to stop saying that. But Harrow has got his first of the day. And Templestowe draw a little bit closer. It's 6 minutes gone in this last term. 11-6-72 to 6-3-39. 33 points.
They did come back last time.
Yeah, and Croydon want to keep that percentage. They want to keep that that buffer where they can. But
they've got better ball use this quarter. I think that's just what I've got to give them at the moment. They're using their ball a bit better. Their last couple probably quarters haven't been using the ball as much.
I still think Carl Giovannini has been massive for him across the afternoon. Just probably haven't had enough contributors across the board. Josh Warren's been impressive too in stages of this game, and obviously Bo's certainly dominated the hit-outs for the Dockers, but still got to give credit to Croydon. 33 points up in this last term with 7 minutes gone final quarter. Back in the middle we go again. And for Templestowe, even if they can't win this game, they certainly want to get their percentage back themselves, as Giovannini gets the handball from Warren, managed to get the hand away, but he was spun around in full 360, and Sparks will earn himself the free kick in the middle of the ground. Has had a pretty handy afternoon himself. Finds Liam Sparrow right in front of us. The broadcast side, short kick forward to Matt McKenzie. Again, another strong contributor for the Blues through the midfield today. Short kick backwards to Smith. And they're just controlling the footy. A bit of composure here. Smith back to McKenzie. Just taking a bit more of the sting out of this game. After the Dockers have kicked the first 2 goals of the last quarter. Inside 50 over the top. And Bo Mitchener just slams it on the boot forward. McKenzie might be able to run onto this. It's Griffiths instead who's in front position. Got the handball off to Nagel, standing still and wrapped up in a tackle. And we'll get a ball up in the middle of the ground. Carter applying the pressure.
It's probably just those options from Templestowe. Like, they've had that one handball that just either leads their player to get tackled or just make the wrong decision, unfortunately.
So McKenzie sharked it from the right, puts a kick forward. It's not a very good one, though. It's picked up over there by Mustafa. Haven't called his name hardly at all today. He's had a really quiet day as the ball goes down the line. Bouncing over there, picked up nicely by Rhett Jordan as a little handball off to Schwarzer. They're throwing plenty of sort of hospital hand passes, making it really difficult for teammates. And in the end, they've turned it over, so that's really disappointing. So Smith has it, goes across towards Sparrow, who takes the mark. It's Callum Sparrow. His brother's out there too, and in fact, he's the next player, the cab off the rank. Liam goes to a teammate in Sparks. So they're happy just to control the ball, as I think Ryan said before. Taken there by Rhett Jordan. He's been in and out of the game today. He's had a decent day, Rhett, but he hasn't dominated, you wouldn't say.
Kick.
As Ficcarelli, I think it was, he came. That's got to be 25, surely. It was accidental, sort of. Ficcarelli, though. No, the umpire's given him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. It was both ways.
It was. So Ficcarelli just...
He knew what he was doing.
Yeah, the old stager. We won't call him the old stager, but he's been around for a while. As the ball goes up, great mark. Terrific grab taken over there, and the dominance just continues. It's Rhett Jordan.
You can just see the pointing and all that. Rhett was like, kick it to me, just kick it to me. It was just a bit like that. He's a superstar, boys.
He is. He just knows where to be at the right time, and a good kick from Ficcarelli too to pick him out, but he still had plenty to do. So Rhett is hard up against the boundary here, but if anyone's going to kick it, it'll be him. That's all I'm going to say. So here he comes. Here's the kick on its way. And I tell you what, that's a goal. That is a goal, and that has to be right up there for the Tobin brothers' goal of the day. Rhett Jordan, he's a superstar, the ex-Norwood man, and he puts it through, and that's goal number 12 for the day. So 12-6-78 plays 6-3-39, and we're just after the 10-minute mark in this last turn.
Geez, that's a good kick.
That's
like,
fantastic.
in the fourth quarter, legs heavy on the heavy 9 track, and he kicks it from that angle.
Saying he's running the 3200.
Yeah.
The angle on the dangle there.
So 12-6 to 6-3, coming up to the 10-minute mark of this final term. It's going to be a big win for the Croydon Football Club. They're going to move 2 games clear.
Yeah, and
in third position.
Big result sort of for Templestowe. They go the other way, with Mulgrave probably going to get the win over the Basin today.
That's right. We're going to check out that ladder shortly as a chance of Templestowe run down.
And
a bit of feeling in that from Griffin Evely, who's been good himself. And Templestowe have given away a 25-metre penalty. I'm not sure who that was against, but Griffin will. Griffin Evely will continue to go forward. Finds McKenzie on the far side. Short chip to Carter, plays on right away, and they're just going to steam ahead towards Dodd out the back. Boundary line beats everyone as let's go down to the boundary. Thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals. Josh Ward.
I think that 25 was because there might have been a trip after the holding the ball incident, obviously in the direction of Croydon.
So what I was saying is with the ladders-wise, in Premier, I think South Croydon would go to 5th spot, Blackburn go to 6.
Well, how are the scores tracking in Premier Division, Blake?
Okay.
I'll give you a second if you need to. Even you got the handball off. Dockers through the middle of the ground. That quick handball couldn't quite hit the target, Fasanella. And Croydon go now the other way. Standing in front. Almost a free kick. That's a definite free kick. Matsays caught high.
So
yes, Blake?
Bowen 59 to Ravell 78. So I think Ravell will go to 2nd spot. Bowen will go to 3rd. Doncaster East 68 to Berwick 51. No real big ladder change there. And East Ringwood 42 to 35. So East Ringwood could go on top of the ladder as well. And Vermont 102 to Naval Park 46.
So Trent Dott received the kick there from Matsays, and he'll line up pretty much the same spot as Rhett Jordan as he kicked the last goal, Jordan. So he comes in. This would make it hard for the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day award if he kicked it. It's going to fall short, and Giovannini takes the mark in defence for the Dockers.
I'm not sure, Ryan. I think Rhett Jordan might have taken over the Goal of the Day with that last one he kicked.
And then with Division 1, the ladders as it speak, Montrose will go to 5th spot, Beaconsfield 4th. They can't go to 3rd due to percentage-wise with Mitcham 136, Beaconsfield 120. So
another mark inside 50 for Croydon, and they really are starting to dominate this game now as we get to the back end of this one.
Britton's been good today as well. He'd star in the votes. I think just
really
kick. Sorry, Britt.
Sorry, Scotty. Short kick, and it's picked out to McKenzie, and that really is sloppy marking. Sorry, Scotty.
No, you're right. It's just, the decision-making from Britton throughout the whole game has been really, really good and allowed them to have these opportunities where they are able to find those extra players up forward.
Yeah, that'll be one that the coach won't be happy with. Just slacking off. I understand that the game's over, but you just got to keep your focus. And it's going to be McKenzie who lines them up. And there's the kick. And has he done it? Yes, he has. You can see the fists were going up on the goal line. So Matt McKenzie gets his first of the day. And it's another nail in the coffin.
Croydon haven't kicked over 100 points this season, so this could be the game for it.
Well, they got a chance here. They lead 13-6-84 to 6-3-39.
Blake McKenzie's game's been pretty impressive.
He has. He's been pretty solid all day in the midfield as well, which is a great thing. And I thought I'll touch on with the ladder with Division 2. Mulgrave will go into the 5 overnight, but because of Ringwood, they haven't played today.
Ringwood played last week, so they're now on even games.
Well, their percentage is on 85 at the moment, so they'll sneak into the 5 as we speak overnight.
Yes, but Ringwood don't play this weekend, so that'd be the official spot after the
rounds are a nightmare, right?
And Croydon will go to second spot due to percentage as well with 36 points. So there you go.
Mitchiner with the tap down, looking for Mustafa. Runs onto this one. Well pressured by Ficcarelli, but gets the kick away. Deep in the boundary line there. Harrowell walks it over it. Right in front of the Blues box. There'll be a happy footy club this evening. 13-6 to 6-3.
So I thought I'd also touch on Ringwood played Mulgrave round 17, so that will be a big clash, I reckon. That 5th and 6th spot is what's going to be crucial in Division 2, I reckon.
Mackenzie forward again, been very strong himself. Here's Toby Ryan towards the middle of the ground. Fraser Smith didn't read it well, falls out the back. Chance now for Warren, gets his handball away, just into a bit of space here as they try and make something out of this. Christie gets a tap forward, Duel wrapped up in a tackle. And we're back in the middle again.
And one thing I have liked also about Croydon is they're happy to leave their man down back. They're just really smart decisions in leaving their player and rarely get it sort of on the other end.
So the big man Mitchiner, he's had quite a day as he finds a target in Griffith. Griffith, what's he going to do? Just decides he's going to pop it up to the hot spot, and they can't control it. The ball knocked out of bounds. Was an opportunity there perhaps to go for goal, but Doug Wooten it was who was trying to get his hands on it, couldn't do so, and we'll have a throw in. So we've had nearly 16 gone, 84 to 39. Certainly in a half time you wouldn't have thought it would have been this sort of score, but that third quarter really did kill the Dockers. Just waiting for the ball to be thrown back in. One out of the ruck there. In the contest, bouncing around, it's not going to be cleared, and we'll have another ball up.
And more ladder stuff as well. So Surrey Park will go to second, Coltrane will stay third. Knox winning, hasn't been confirmed yet, but Oakley District will stay in the 5 due to Upper Gully losing today. So there you go.
Thank you, Pythagoras, as the ball goes. Doing some great work in the math department there as it's taken by Constantino in the middle of the ground. That cricket pitch is really narrow, isn't it? I've been looking at it all day. You wouldn't want to be outside the off stump. You'd probably get called for a wide as the ball goes inside 50. And the mark is taken there by Dodd. Dodd, couple of goals for him today. He goes long into the pocket, and the mark is taken. And it's Rhett Jordan, that man, who's, as we said before, just popped up at the right time today. He's had a solid game, and he's going to just run around and go, thank you very much. Pop it through for his third of the day. He's also got a goal of the day contender for mine. And the margin goes out to 90 to 39, and we've had 17 gone last term.
Yeah, for the three, I just they've shared it around.
Hard.
They've found
even I'm struggling.
They've found a fairly good sort of coverage in all positions, and there's not been one sort of standout throughout.
No, that's right.
They've had like, you know, little glimpses of it. Like I said, Fraser Smith in the first sort of quarter. Red Jordan has been really good in this sort of fourth quarter.
Started well too in that first term.
Boundary.
There we go, boundary side with Josh Ward.
I reckon the one thing as well about Croydon, they've taken advantage of their opportunities. They kicked 9 goals 2 in this second half.
Yeah.
Yeah, certainly right.
I've got me 1 and 2, just need me 3 at the moment.
Okay, we'll see how we go in this last 10 minutes of play, see if that changes your mind on anything.
If Red Jordan can kick one more, he'll be my 3 votes.
Okay.
He's got to kick one more, though.
Don't give it away too much.
He just gave it away. It's Jordan.
It's not Jordan at the moment. Like I said,
out of the listen to the poker face.
Handballed it backwards. They go forward again.
I don't have a
Pryor
full house.
ran onto this one. Oh, that was very nice. Picked it up and
yes, I don't have a royal flush.
Kicked it towards Jordan.
There we go.
Run on, Jordy. Run on.
Blake's watching closely as Jordan hits up a target. Almost mark taken there by Mackenzie. Just fell through the hands. Templestowe try and mop this one up. They'll kick towards the boundary line. Bouncing
deliberate?
ball.
Oh, deliberate.
Deliberate.
No.
Don't
Come
even think about it.
Pretty sure there was someone in the crowd there.
The old this one, boys. The hey.
It'll be deliberate in the AFL. They've gone nuts with that rule this year since it got introduced.
They have.
So umpire to throw it in. It's Britton against Mitchiner. Mitchiner gets the ruck cat at that time, and that's a high tackle.
You watch Red Jordan push deep.
I'll tell you what, there's a bit of how's your father going on now as the frustrations start to boil over. And there's a few unhappy people. Doyle, it is, who was the last to get up, and he got shrugged out of the way
He's
there by
Dawes free.
Warren, and it's a Dawes free kick. So Daw, what does he do? Just decides to chip it out of the pocket, and great mark coming across. That was a real saver coming across was Zukowicz, because that was heading straight for a Croydon player. And Zukowicz, however we say it. Down the line, coming over the top was Fraser Smith. Couldn't quite hang on to it though, and it's out of bounds. So some of the crowd just giving a bit of advice as well. So Eastland match of the round. It's going to go the way of the Blues this afternoon. They're well in control as we move almost into time on. Umpire to throw it in. Blake, you got any more scores down there?
Oh, well, you kind of put me off guard there.
You should always be prepared.
Yes.
Well, I think the only big one would be is Whitehorse will go to second place. I know Chermside didn't play today, but they'll go to second place in 4th Division.
Sorry, where you go, Ryan?
Here's Mitchener. Got it off Giovannini. Up forward he goes. The mark taken just in bounds with Hardwick. Not a whole lot in front of him. Giovannini's worked hard to present himself as an option. Chips up over the top looking for Doug Wooten. Went over the back and out of bounds. So we'll get a boundary throw in.
So just more scores. Braville 79 to Bowen 60. I think they're home and hose there, boys. Doncaster East 80 to Berwick 51. East Ringwood 49 to Blackburn 42. Vermont 103 to Noble Park 46.
That is 3 in a row for Bowen, isn't it?
Yeah, three losses in a row.
Yep.
Well,
big tackle laid here at centre half forward for the Dockers.
They didn't do a Swans though. So Sydney are going to win today, but Sydney, I think, are on a 2-game winning.
I don't care about the Swans. Abziri will have a set shot.
Could not care.
Condolences to Ray.
Well, they won today, so he'll be happy, man. Rover
Same
won too.
thing.
And there's also, I'll touch on after the game.
Abziri's going to line up from just inside the arc. And the kick, bit of a floater, but it's right through the middle, so the Dockers get a late consolation goal. They'll move to 7-3-45 to Croydon 14-6-90. 21 and a half minutes played. Final term.
So what would be the key talking points from a Templestowe point of view, boys? I know it's been, the Blues have won pretty convincingly, but what do you think the talking points from a Templestowe point of view will be? How do you think they lost today?
I just think their forward structure in that first half, they were getting it inside 50, but they just weren't able to convert. I think that'll be one of the big talking points.
Around the centre rucks, I think, like I said, winning the ruck, but just not getting it out clear, and that's cost them.
They also don't seem that effective on the ground.
So they do get it forward for the moment. Templestowe, another Bo Mitchener hit out coming through. It was one of the Croydon players, got a handball off, but it's back inside 50. Bouncing, here's a chance for Croydon as they get a handball off, but they're under so much pressure, they just can't do anything. And here's Croydon coming out off the back, Fraser Smith, little handball out. Now they chip it down the line, and they've turned it over, but there was a whistle, I thought, before the mark was taken.
Yeah, it'll be a free to Ryan, Giovannini, either way.
So Giovannini, umpire says, just play on as the ball goes into the centre of the ground. A couple of Croydon players come in, but in the end they got in each other's way. No look handball. Ficcarelli gets it out to a teammate. Little chip out wide. Nice mark taken there. And Zukowicz just going to slow it down. He'll get a good laundry bill this week. Looking nice and unclean as the ball goes out wide. Taken there by Kazakis. Kazakis goes back. So they're just happy to do this now. Croydon, fair enough too, because this game is won. Well, mark not taken, but it's going to be a free kick anyway, I think, for a chop of the arms.
Any update out of Bayswater Oval, Blake?
Yeah, good
We'll
call.
get back to him. I was just going to say quickly while he's looking at the scores for that. I think, but so Croydon have done that all day. Like, just found those little kicks when they needed to. Like I said, their efficiency has been really impressive today, and found the spare and onto Dodd.
Well, here he is again, Dodd, who gets the handball off to the runner. In Ficcarelli, gets past one, and he can line up and put another one through for the Blues.
I don't know about that one, boys.
Give it to him.
We'll give it to him, but...
He's one of our favourites, Adrian. And that moves Croydon to 15-6-96 to Templestowe 7-3-45.
Back to what you were saying, Ryan. Bayswater 42, Mooroolbark 41.
Oh.
So, and I'll just go through it here. Oh, it says it's full time.
Full time.
Well, that's what's telling me on Play HQ.
Do some research, follow it up, see if we can find if it's definitely official.
Our game started probably about 10 minutes later
It
than
did actually,
expected.
yeah, that's true.
So
It did.
that's a big result.
What was that one again? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
42-41 Bayswater.
Oh, okay. Good old Basie.
So back in the middle again. Templestowe go forward, looking for a teammate there. And Harrowell was punched from behind, and the Blues clean this one up. Sparrow takes a mark on the chest. Half back, and they're happy just to run the time off the clock here. They're going to be big winners at Templestowe Reserve. 51 points the margin at the moment. Their lead over the home side. Templestowe have been quite disappointing in this second half. They were certainly more than competitive in that first quarter and the second quarter as well, where margin was never really past that 1 or 2 goal mark. And they're just chipping around now, the Blues. Ficcarelli finds Duel, who's also had a good afternoon.
Yes, it's full time.
Full time.
Bayswater win. So I think now Murrabbuck's finals chances.
I think that's it. Pryor got the handball over the top, and the Blues are going to run on this outside wing. Sparrow hits up a target in Pettinella. Has players out in Duel. Duel over the top to Carter, to Ficcarelli. He'll go and try and do it again. Instead, he passes it off right to Giovannini. And Giovannini for the Dockers just kicks a wild kick towards the boundary line. Kept in by Fraser Smith. And couldn't quite. And out of bounds.
So
Boundary.
Down to the boundary, Josh Ward.
And it gets worse for Templestowe. It looks like Jack Harrowell is limping off the ground a little bit, and it's not because of cramp. I think it might be a leg injury.
Could just be precautionary. Maybe they're taking him off with the game done, but let's hope for his sake he's going to be okay for next week, because next week suddenly becomes very important. I'm not sure who they're playing, but he's Hardwick bursting through, but he loses the footy. Now the ball has been, in fact, it's been marked over there by one of the Croydon defenders.
Split round best day, so they won't play.
Oh, well, yeah, when I say next week, I mean next
the
round.
Split round is, this is the second part of it.
Oopsie daisy.
Oopsie daisy. So in the meantime, it's like being in a nursery rhyme as the ball goes into the middle of the ground. I've lost sight of the ball. There it is. It's in the hands now. So it's in the hands of Pitnella. Goes forward. And what's the umpire paid here?
Yeah, Mark. 28.
So
Cosentino.
So Templestowe's next game is against Heathmont Besto. There you go, at H.E. Parker.
Okay. Well, that's possibly winnable. Heathmont aren't exactly flying, are they, at the moment? But
yeah.
So Constantino is going to go back and line up. How many has he got for today? He's kicked 2 by my reckoning, so this will be his 3rd if he gets it. Take a bit of kicking though. It's quite a long kick. He'll be about probably 42 by the time he gets it. Here he comes, runs out, and then gets contest as the siren goes, and Big Mitchell just punches it through. It's not going to be a goal. We'll just wait for the umpire to confirm.
They're not confirming it.
At your own time. I've given up, I think.
It should be a behind. No, there was.
Yeah, it was
definitely. It was before the siren.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just waiting. In fact, we're not.
No.
All right. Well, we'll just forget about it, shall we?
Okay.
That's the end of the game. Simple as that. So, so Croydon, they were challenged in the first couple of quarters, but in the end, they've come out winners today pretty comfortably. 15-7-97 to
I gave them the point.
To Templestowe. In fact, no, they have taken the point off, so it is going to be 15-6-96 to 7-3-45. Ryan, plenty of goals today. Who kicked them?
Yeah, absolutely. Rhett Jordan was the star, kicked the 3 goals, a lot of multiple goal scorers. Ficcarelli kicked a couple, Cosentino kicked a couple, Trent Dodd kicked a couple, also hitting the scoreboard. Sparks, Britton, Mutt Sayers and Mackenzie and Christie for the Blues. As for the Dockers, some of their goal kickers, Hardwick, Harding, Harrowell, Griffiths, Warren and Fasanella. But a very commanding win by the Blues, which will put them in a very good spot.
Second on the ladder.
Second on the ladder. They'll be 2 games clear of 4th, so the double chance, it's not there yet, but they're certainly on the right track forward.
It's an 8-point game, as you alluded to, Ryan, and they have delivered. So Templestowe will be 4th. I'm checking on here, my live ladder here slowly, but
no,
Templestowe will go down to 5th. Mulgrave will jump up to 4th.
Well, their percentage is low though at the moment. So
Boundary.
Who?
We've got Josh Ward, who's got potentially 1 or 2 players down there with him.
I've got a couple, Riley Constantino and the playing coach Rhett Jordan. Rhett, that must be pretty pleasing to get one over Templestowe.
Yeah, definitely. Really hard for a win. Sort of came at us in that second quarter. We knew they had a bit of a crack, so play where we did for honestly probably 3.5 quarters. I think it was really rewards for effort.
And you must be pretty pleased having a bit of an impact on the scoreboard, both of you as well, actually, Riley.
Yeah, it was really good. Yeah, like Rhett said, we sort of went into the game sort of like it was going to be a pretty close game, but came out on top and it was really good.
Must have been pleased with the turnover game as well. Often that slingshot and that pressure in the forward half.
Yeah, we put a lot of sort of emphasis on that sort of pressing the ball carrier, putting the kicker under pressure, and then that's where we're sort of getting a lot of our licks from is going back the other way with that turnover.
And playing alongside Red and Riley Britton as well, Riley, it must be pretty pleasing to be able to do so.
Yeah, I love it. And I played with Rhett back at Norwood a couple games, so it was good to get him down to be a coach.
Well, boys, congratulations on the victory. Go and celebrate.
Good shit.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Hey, hello.
Definitely getting the
Thanks,
swear jar. We're getting
That's
the
a
swear
fine.
jar on this
Thanks
one,
there to
aren't we?
Rhett and Riley
from
the Croydon
It wasn't
Football Club.
didn't have an award on.
That might be a non-contact C for L.
Yeah, we had a big win here for Croydon, 51-point winners over Templestowe. And Josh, you can come join us, I guess. Unless you actually know, you can follow the boys back to the rooms because we do, hopefully, potentially might be able to
Let's
get
hope we get the song.
Let's hope we get the song.
I'm not too sure, to be honest. But
And let's hope it's not the only time a Blues side is singing the song today.
Lee cut him off the next time he brings up Carlton. As he goes going to follow down the Croydon boys to the rooms.
What is the Croydon song? I don't think it
you.
actually is We Are the Navy Blues, this song. So
Josh will join in the song in a minute.
The song, thanks to Tobin Brother Funerals, celebrating lives.
I don't think
it's
it is.
Carlton's song to the tune of Donvale's song.
No, I think it's
and
different.
Warrandyte.
It's a different song. It's a different song.
Well, we're about to find out. Maybe we can, because we don't always get the song, do we?
The Navy Blues.
But
We
yeah,
are the good-
oh,
Navy Blues.
Nah, it's not the Carlton team song, I'm telling you.
Okay, well,
So
we've got a couple of minutes before they go down, so Scott's got some ladder news.
No, what I was going to say, so Mulgrave have only, at the moment on that ladder, 12, but this is round 13, so they go to 32 points. They'll jump above Templestowe, who are on 28. Ringwood are on 28, and Croydon go to 36. They'll jump above Waverley, so it'll be Baronia, Croydon, Waverley, Mulgrave has jumped 2 spots, then Templestowe and Ringwood.
Yeah.
So, yeah, big result just from that one loss, and might get the
Boundary
song.
if you can.
Yeah, we've got the song in the rooms. The boys just walking their way in there thanks to Tobin Brother Funerals, celebrating lives.
It's high def, this one.
The Tobin Brother Funerals celebrating lives with the song after the game. From the Croydon Football Club, 51-point winners over Templestowe in a big Division 2 clash. Lee, I think we've got time to go to a break now if we want to. So we're going to go to a quick break there. And we're going to come back. We've got the awards to hand out. We've got scores around the grounds to go out. And ladders to have a look at. Blake doing all the big work down there at the end in the Special Commons chair. But congratulations to the Croydon Football Club, 15-6-96. Defeating Templestowe 7-3-45.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to the Eastland match of the round between Templestowe and Croydon. It's the Croydon Blues getting up in a big win over Templestowe. The Blues 15-6-96 to Templestowe 7-3-45. Big winners for the Blues, and we're going to be joined by our boundary reporter in Josh Ward. He's got the captain with him, Fraser Smith. So Fraser's struggling to get his headset on. Come on, Fraser.
Sort it out.
I think it's Josh's fault, actually. He's
got a lot
Just
to do.
give us a sec, fellas.
Yeah, that's all right. He's got a lot to do. Well done,
talk
Josh.
amongst yourself.
Yeah, he had a really good game. His first quarter was absolutely superb, and best of first winner, I believe, last year for the Blues. So he's a big-time player as well. Lid's right behind me as well. So yeah, there you go. So
He's a super player, and as I mentioned.
You should ask him that. Ask him that, boys.
The last time I think we did a Croydon game, I'm pretty sure he was in the vote, so he might have got based on as well.
What on earth are they doing now?
What is going on here?
A bit of tangle in the jangle.
Come on, Josh, sort it out, mate.
It'll be dark soon.
Lucky they got the lights on down here.
There we go. Where's your mic? Come on. Hey.
I think Fraser's telling him what to do.
That one's definitely going in.
Interviewed him more than
let's go to Josh Ward now with Fraser Smith.
The benefits of having just one boundary rider, I reckon that is. But I do have... you actually can't hear anything first. You actually can't hear anything. But, Fraser, great victory. Must be pretty pleased to get one over Templestowe again.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, no, it was definitely a good, hard-fought win.
Turn his mic on, Josh.
No, give him a mic that works, Josh.
Having a hell of a time down here.
Well. There we go.
Well.
You got me, boys?
Yes.
Yep. Got your phrase.
There we go. I think we're all good now.
Yep. I can't hear.
Mass confusion. Mass confusion happening out here. Sorry, mate.
Jeez, come on, Josh.
Oh.
Oh dear. Oh boy. This is great. Here we go.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. Congrats on the win. But can you still hit? No.
Do you want us to come back to you, Josh?
Can you hear it?
Yeah. Maybe we go there. Maybe we go down there? Yeah.
Yeah, the radio interview was planned to be good.
High quality radio.
There we go.
Unfortunately, at the moment, we're sort of umming and ahhing whether we're going to talk or they're going to talk, and we're trying to work out the best of both.
At this stage, he might as well just come in the van and
he
have a
may
chat
as well
with us.
get on the mic. So
and he can do his votes. He's 2-2-1.
Yeah, well, that's it. We'll see where it goes from there.
Bring him in the van.
Now Lee's run out with a special headset for just the man. So we'll get a chat. quickly. I'm going to bring him in.
Jeez,
in
hello.
Jesus. I'll give him a headset. I'll give him a headset. He's your mate. You can ask him about kicking over the back fence.
We've got Fraser Smith joining us in the van at the moment. And Josh has dropped. Josh is having a shocker. He's having a bit of a mess.
He's having a mare.
Again, the benefits of having one boundary rider, I
Well, there we go. But we do have the skipper of the Croydon Football Club joining us in the van after a win. Fraser, fantastic win for the club and a big win in the context of your season. Now 2 games clear of 4th.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Firstly, thanks for having me in.
After all
You're going to become a coach now, Fraser, after this now?
That was a really, really good win. Obviously, we were pretty disappointed when we played them last time. We gave up a pretty good lead, so really big focus when we were up only by a kick at half-time that we were going to continue it through the second half, which was really pleasing that third quarter.
Fraser, I asked Redden after the game, just that turnover game, it seemed like it was at its best today.
Yeah, no, it was really, really pleasing. I reckon we would have scored a fair bit from the turnovers. I thought we spread really well. We love playing on a big deck, so always lets us sort of spread and win a bit of footy on the outside, which is awesome.
Now, Fraser, I think you like these radio games because the last time we did a radio game, you were a bit of a star as well. I think you wait for the big occasions, but congratulations on your own game today. It was up for grabs in that first quarter, but you were really solid down back, and that was where the game was sort of won and lost, and then you got to that sort of half-time, and you kicked away. What changed at half-time? Because we were all saying how it was going to be quite close, and then you guys just kicked away in that third quarter.
Yeah, no, it was probably a big focus just on the hard ball, in and under. They've obviously got a pretty good ruckman in Mitchener, so we wanted to make sure we were at his feet a lot. And I felt that in that third quarter we won a lot of that hard footy, which was awesome because that allowed us to get on the outside where we played our running game. So yeah, it was really, really helpful with that.
He was getting a lot of hit-outs, but not necessarily the clearances. You guys were kind of opportunity to get to that ball first.
Yeah, that's right. No, the inside mids played a really, really pivotal role, and like Fico and Petnella and those guys played a really good job for the team.
G'day, Fraser. Blake Tennant here. Just want to touch on as well your season. You're having a pretty good season. How have you seen the way you've been playing? Obviously, down back, of course, and you started really well in the first quarter, but how have you seen your season? You must be pretty proud of how it's going.
No, it's been good. Obviously, I missed a couple of games with a hammy, but no, I've been pretty pleased. I think players like Jimmy Smith and even Jai Mortimer's had a really good year as well. I think when we're all playing well down there, we sort of thrive off each other. So really helpful with those boys playing some really good footy too.
Yeah, and you know, heavily touched on as well. You probably saw it on Facebook when we were announcing that we were coming down here. It's an 8-point game, really. You know, you lock in second place now overnight, so it's a big win for the footy club. And do you feel like this win could lead into a bit of momentum coming into a September push?
Yeah, hopefully, mate. We've got a few sort of trickier games coming up, which are really going to define probably a few people's seasons. So yeah, really pleased with today's efforts to get a really good win and hopefully build a bit of momentum in the next sort of 3 or 4 weeks.
And what has Rhett brought to the playing group, Fraser?
I think just the leadership on field as well. We're a pretty young group, as you've probably seen. So I think to have a senior head out there in that forward line is really helpful for us. So yeah, it's been awesome from that perspective.
And just your forward line as well, we noticed certainly today where you just had so many contributors. Obviously, Rhett kicked a few goals, Cosentino hit the board, Dodd kicked a couple. That must be pretty pleasing knowing how many options you've got up there when the side really gets going.
No, it is. How'd the boys go in the interview as well? How did Rhett and Costi go?
Well, who dropped the magic? Or that was?
I think that was Riley who dropped the magic.
It wasn't too bad. No, they're all right. Rhett certainly is pretty familiar with the media by now.
Yeah, no, they've been awesome for us. So it's probably something we've struggled with, to be honest, over the last few years is our forward entries, and when we convert it, it's obviously pretty handy as well.
Certainly right. We'll let you go. Fraser Smith, a big game from yourself, the side. It's a big win for Croydon, and enjoy it tonight, and looking forward to seeing the Blues coming towards the finals.
Thanks, boys. Appreciate it.
See you behind the fence again, mate. You live,
He's giving away your address as well of where you live during the broadcast.
You're still there? You surely you've moved out.
Yeah, moved out now, finally. So,
yeah, well, it's good to see you. Good to see you playing some good footy, Fraser.
Thanks, boys. Thanks for having me.
Moved out because of the neighbours.
Well, Can I say one thing? At least we're not doing the interview now because it is starting to rain a little bit out here.
Yeah, well, the conditions have certainly picked up. But Fraser Smith, thanks for joining us. All the best, and we look forward to hopefully seeing you come finals.
Thanks, boys. Appreciate it.
Cheers. Fraser Smith, the skipper of the Croydon Football Club, doing a great job, and a great afternoon for Fraser and the boys out at Croydon. And Josh, you can come back in. It looks like what's the time? 5 o'clock. So we've got some time here for the awards. We've got the Sportscast Eastland, Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground. We're going to go through that after, Blake. We've got our awards to give out first. Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day, MEGT Rookie of the Week, or the Day, to get stuck into. Let's start with the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground. Your 3, 2, 1. Brett Beston, we'll start with you.
I'll start with me. It was a little bit hard today, as we sort of alluded to, because there was a number of good performances, but I had to give Bo Mitchener a vote. I mean, he was just colossal on the ruck for the losing side today. He made a couple of errors in that, the second half when the game was on the line, but I really liked his game. 2 votes, I ummed and ahed. There was a couple of good players, but I went with Fraser Smith, basically because of the work that he did in that first term. Honourable mention going to Matt McKenzie as well. And 3 votes today, I went with Rhett Jordan.
And we'll go now to Blake Tennant.
I finally got it, boys. So I'm going to go.
This is big. You've been alluding to this.
So I'm going to go 1 vote to Bo Mitchener. I think we've got to give him some credit. He was tremendous in the ruck. I thought Josh has made Fraser Smith 2 votes. Terrific all day in defence. And, well, boys, I know I said to him I need you to kick 1 more. He's given, I've got him the 3. Rhett Jordan, 3 votes for me, boys.
Scott Hardy, your 3, 2, 1. Then we'll go to Josh Ward.
Yeah, it's been really, really hard. I have actually left Red outs just to make it interesting for everyone. But 1 vote for Mitchener. Like I said, it stand out, as everyone has said. He was probably their number 1 throughout the whole day. And then I'm sort of umming and ahhing. So I've gone 2 for Britain, and then I've gone the 3 for Dodd. I just liked his game. I liked the goals that he scored, and just his general presence around the ground, I thought was a standout for Croydon.
Josh, your 1, 2, 3?
Well, after that chaos, I'm still having a hard time picking my 1, 2, 3. I'll go with Mitchener for 1 because I thought he was a genuine man mountain, and he proved his case as to being the best ruck in Div 2 today. He gets my 1 vote. 2, I'm going to give to Matt McKenzie. Actually, I thought his work through the midfield and setting up from defence was really good. But Fraser Smith gets my 3 votes. I just thought he set up the attack. He was the key player for Croydon in that first quarter in particular, and often kick-starting their attacks, just doing it all.
Thanks there, Josh. I think that's my turn now. I had Mitchener, but I'm going to switch it because I think Carl Giovannini deserves a bit of a shout-out. I thought he fought hard really well through the 4 quarters in the midfield. So 1 to Giovannini. Going to give 2 to Fraser Smith. As Brett and Josh mentioned, his work in the first half was so key for the side and really got them going. And obviously as the side continued to improve, they got a lot of their scores starting from the half-back line, and he was certainly part of that reason. So 2 to Smith, and I've gone 3 to the coach in Rhett Jordan. I just thought the big moments, he really stood up and was really impressive. So with the 3 goals, I'll give it to Rhett. And what does that make?
I think he's got it.
I think he's got it.
I think so.
Yeah. So I'll put that down.
So Rhett Jordan is our Sportsco Eastland Best On Ground award winner. He walks away with a $50 Sportsco Eastland voucher, thanks to our partners in Eastland.
What do you think he'll get? You reckon new boots, new board, new whiteboard markers, or
I don't know. A lot of people go for the boots.
Whiteboard markers.
Jeez,
well, you got to get the whiteboard markers to write down on your magnets.
I don't know if Sportsco Eastland have those, mate. But, that's our Sportsco Eastland Best On Ground. The Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day.
Lights on.
Having a look, I think we looked at Rhett Jordan as a potential option. Have we got some others to share
we got
those awards around?
I think I had Rhett Jordan down, but in light of the fact that he's won Best On Ground, I think you're probably going to give. There was 2 from Trent Dodd. 1 in the second term and 1 in the third term, so I'd probably go with him. I
think we're going to give some love to Templestowe. Have we got nailed any girls from Templestowe today?
Josh Warren had a good one in the second quarter.
Why don't we just give it to him, maybe?
Show him a bit of love.
Make the case for it. Don't just say give it to him.
Give it to the man.
I thought it was a pretty good goal, was it?
Was it? I'm sorry.
I think we got to show some love to him. You can't just all be a Croydon.
Well, we can.
It happens.
It was a 51-point win to Croydon.
They've scored 15 goals and they've had some damn good opportunities.
I think Templestowe might have a chance with the MEGT Rookie of the Day. So hold that thought. Who have we given it to?
I think Dodd.
Dodd.
Dodd. Happy to give that to Trent Dodd. Here's one for the Templestowe folk. Blake, there's a few eligible award winners for the MGT Rookie of the Year, or Rookie of the Week, apologies, for players under the age of 21 or 21 or under. Josh Warren, who I thought was pretty impressive from Templestowe, Will Remington, and Jack Harding, and Josh Pettinella for Croydon. My vote would be for Josh Warren on that one.
Yeah, I'm with you, Ryan.
There we go.
And there's his award, Blake.
Hey.
That was quick. I didn't even get to say Jack.
Nice
I
and
was going
simple.
Jack Harding. Just
Jack Harding.
Yeah,
I think we gave Josh Pettinella the last time we were at Croydon. So,
I think so,
yes,
yeah.
that's true.
We gave him the MG Rookie of the Day.
Yep.
So.
Josh Warren, happy with that?
Yep.
Very much so.
Yeah.
So Josh Warren does win a $50 Bunnings voucher thanks to MEGT Australia.
What do you think he's going to buy at Bunnings?
White ball markers.
There's a lot of things you can get at Bunnings.
There is.
Buy a snag, you can get a...
I'm not sure that the $50 voucher covers the snacks out the front, mate. Blake, some scores around the grounds.
Yeah, so the big winners in Roeville, they go to... they stay in third, apparently, here on my live ladder due to percentage is standing in their way, so they win 85-62. East Doncaster get a big win, 87-52 over Berwick. The Roos, this is a big one, 76 to Blackburn, 67, boys. So they came strong, the Burners. Vermont, 104 over Naval Park, 46. As best I said, we best not to talk about that game. South Croydon, 103 defeated Norwood. 42. The big result in First Division, I think we've got to very talk about this one.
Two big results.
Yeah, I'm with Ryan.
Anyway, Bayswater 42. 5 goals 12 though, 42 to Murrelbach 5-11-41, and Beaconsfield 64 over Montrose 43.
Don't skip over it. That's a big result for Beaconsfield.
It is. For their season though, it's a big win.
And for Montrose, that's 3 losses in a row.
It is. It's very. It's not going well to plan as well.
I will say this about Bayswater Moorebuck: 3 of their last 4 games have been decided by 1 point.
You're on the money.
Low scoring game though, that Bayswater game. 42-41. That's very
moving on to
That's almost a half-time score.
Moving on to Division 2 now. Mulgrave big winners over the Basin, 83-59. As Scotty touched on, Mulgrave will be in the 5 as well, which is good for Mulgrave. So that round 17 clash between Ringwood and Mulgrave is going to be a big one down there. Moving on to Division 3 now. I did say this and I got proven wrong here. I thought, I didn't get proven wrong actually. Donvale, home and hose. Let's face it, 105 to Oakley District 65. So big winners there for the Vales. Knox big winners over Fair Park, 87-47. Ferntree Gully a big win here, 99 to Warrandyte 14. Sylvan 117 defeated Upper Ferntree Gully 76, and Surrey Park 78 to Coldstream 58. So good win there by Surrey. So the ladder as we speak now: Donvale, Surrey, Coldstream, Knox. Oakley keep their spot in the 5 due to Upper Gully losing. So, but I'm telling you now, between, I would say, 6 and 7, so Upper Gully and Ferntree Gully, it's only 1 game out of the 5. So a couple of big games coming out. And I think I was talking to their coach, Brent Kiker, during the week, and that round 17 clash, I think, with Oakley District could be another game that's going to dictate who's going to be playing in finals.
Next week's big 2 with Oakley playing Upper Ferntree Gully out at Kings Park.
And Division 4, Scoresby big winners over another warning, as you would say, expected, 97-44. And this is the biggest one, lads. This is concerning right now for Forest Hill, 47 to Whitehorse, 159. So big winners there. So currently on the ladder now is Scoresby and Whitehorse tied up on top of the ladder with Chermside Park. So first is Scoresby, second Whitehorse, Chermside Park third, Kilsyth 4th, 5th Croydon North, Nunawading 6th, and Forest Hill 7th.
It's one of life's great mysteries, isn't it, that Forest Hill side?
I think
it's been heavily documented. The Nine Eads won the grand final last year, which is what we need to start thinking about. And surely they would keep some of those players. I know a lot of them.
Well, they have, but they're playing senior footy.
Yeah.
The step up has been, quite
and a few
significant.
have left. There's been a few departures down there, so it's not going well for Forest Hill at the moment.
And they've barely gotten continuity in their lineup. Like I think it was 6 or 7 changes they have in each week, and this week was no exception. So
well, they lost a lot of experience, didn't they? I mean, they used to have guys like particularly with that 2017 premiership. They had Jimmy Sullivan, Nathan Palmer. Who else did they have? There was a whole bunch of them, and they've all just sort of gone at the
grand final side.
Yeah, and they all
win
sort
that
of went
one
at the same time. Yeah,
they didn't win that one. I think they lost to Don Vale.
They did, but I'm just saying. They did have a very good year. They had 2 years where they got to grand finals.
They got very close a couple of times.
Yeah.
So we're getting to that little excitement, aren't we, boys? That there's going to be some games that are going to dictate finals. As I touched on, that Ringwood-Mulgrave game, round 17 could come to, who will be in fifth spot. I think now that Mooroolbark dropped that game today, they're still, I think they're a game behind Montrose now due to Montrose losing today. So the fifth spot's still open in first division, second division and third division, I would say, because Blackburn are now out, South Croydon go in as well. So there you go.
And I think for Division 3 as well, I think Upper Gully blew a very big chance to jump back up into the top 5, and I think we talked about it yesterday. That they're susceptible to go down out at Sylvan Recreation Reserve, and they're now 10% behind Oakley and a game behind them. So it's a percentage is 79. So it's a fair gap between them and Oakley District. So who knows? It might be a percentage that costs them.
By the way, too, I'm giving Blake a new nickname today. I'm calling him Ladders Tenant now. He's been all over the ladders today. He's been very good with his work.
Yeah, like them with my numbers. Best
I thought Blake's a numbers guy.
I've been working on my calculations as well about what's going on.
Done very well keeping us all up to date. Yeah.
If there's anyone that's great with numbers, Scotty, I always think about Blake.
I always
me too.
The only reason why I passed my 6 times tables is because of the footy. There you go, boys.
He's the hypotenuse holding up the cosine of this team.
Pythagoras himself is Greece. Well done.
That's the only reason why I passed me grade 2 or grade 3 test. 6 times.
6 times goals is 36.
Oh, hang on, I didn't count the boards.
We've had a bit of fun today. First time we've been at Templestowe, I think 2019 came in our group chat as well. Anzac round 2, so it's a big occasion. We haven't been here in a while.
And they've got a tough road sort of from now onwards, especially after that loss. Next week, they take on Heathmont, which is obviously an achievable win there, but then they're back down to Waverley Blues, and it's round 16,
exactly
and then East Berwick. So, tough few weeks though. They're going to need to be playing good footy, and I think 100%. Obviously you just didn't see the best today from them, unfortunately.
All right, I think we might be tight. Oh no, Josh wants to say something.
No, I was about to say. I think it's.
All right. Well, thank you for joining in, listeners. Of course, to Besto and Ryan, our media manager. Thanks for calling the game today. Terrific job as always.
Thank you, Blake. Nice to be back. It's been a few weeks, but really enjoyed it.
Yeah, great to have you back, Besto.
Yeah, it's great to be sitting alongside Brett Beston back in the box today, and
good to see Scotty Hardy back as well after looking after his little kids. It's good to see you. I'm sure that.
Have you ever thought about hiring Blake as a babysitter?
But they will go good in their times tables, so that's
and Josh Ward doing the single boundary riding today. Well done today.
I'll tell you. Thank you, Blake. And I'll tell you what, that last moment with Fraser Smith, I think that's going straight to the bloopers reel. That should be at the top of the bloopers reel, in fact.
To LKLM Media. There we go. Finally got that one right to Megan Green, Lee, Kate, doing a terrific job all season round. That's it. Eastland match of the round. Thanks for joining us. It's the Blues winning in a big game.